Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I will indulge you to skip item 2, but today, being the first day in the week, I'll crave your indulgence to rise and recite the national pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers, and I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. Thank you so much. Honourable members, kindly come with me to item 6. Item 6, correction of votes and proceedings. We start from page 1, votes and proceedings. Votes and proceedings of Saturday, 12 July 2025, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page number 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. And finally, page 11. Honourable members, In the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Saturday, 12 July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence to vary the order of business on the other paper, and that is to move to presentation, commencement of public business, presentation of papers. And Mr. Speaker, the first item, 8C, was to be done by the Minister of Health. The Minister is not here at the moment, but we have the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs, who himself will be laying some papers. So I was going to pray that you allow the Minister to do it on behalf of the Health Minister, including the ones that he is going to do himself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader has just mounted an application for us to vary order of business. He should be patient and wait for us to consider that application first, before he jumps into making another application that a minister should lay a paper. Your application has not been granted yet, and yet you are in a hurry to make another application. But no problem. No problem. We will compromise for him to vary the order of business for papers to be laid. And you know your ministers are not in the house, so you are trying to be smart. No problem. We will understand that. You can proceed.
So which one are you taking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will look at AC. Honorable, I think the Honorable is right, but I wasn't in a hurry. I just wanted to prompt that the Minister is in the house to do that for that of health. Thank you. Local government minister is the one I seek. For local government minister. Absolutely. For the health. Right.
Tell us the whereabouts of the health minister, who is often in the house, is punctual. As for my good friend, the Honorable Ahmed laying the paper, I have no objection. In fact, he can lay all the papers. I have no objection. Tell us where the health minister is. Because he owns this house, a duty to tell us where the health minister is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm happy you said that the health minister is usually in the house. But today, obviously, he's accompanying a minister, the Excellency, the President, on some, tour around his constituency and other places. That's why he's not here.
Honourable members, before I will allow the minister to lay the papers, kindly indulge me to introduce to you at the Speaker's Gallery at my right hand side, honourable members of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives of the Parliament of the Republic of Liberia are here to visit us and to interact with us in a fact-finding mission. So they are here. And their names are Senator Wellington Gibbon Smith. He's the chairman, Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries Committee of the Senate. The second is Honorable Anthony F. Williams. He is the chairman of the Fisheries Committee of the House of Representatives. And the third is Honorable Emmanuel Dan, who is a member of the House of Representatives. They are here accompanied with Professor Benjamin Campion, who is the Executive Director of the Fisheries Commission of Ghana. Honorable members, you are welcome, and we wish you a fruitful stay in Ghana. Again, at the public gallery, we have our children, students, who have come to also witness their representatives here in the Parliament House. And the first school is Impraeso Senior High School, Youth Leadership Parliament. Impraeso Senior High School, Youth Leadership Parliament. They are here being led by Mr. Michael Ofosubuating, who is the head of Department General Acts, and the school is located at the Impraeso constituency. I think their number is about 60. The second school is Pont Tamale Senior High School. Pont Tamale Senior High School. I think Impraeso, your member of parliament is here. Yes. I hope he will take care of you after the session. Yes. So the second school is Pont Tamale Senior High School, and they are here being led by Mr. Azon Adams, who is the assistant headmaster, and the school is located at Sevelugu constituency. Sevelugu constituency. Do you have the member here? Yes, Hajia. Yes, that's your member of parliament. And as I said earlier, he's also going to take good care of you. You are welcome. The third school is my own student, KNUST's Student Parliament. KNUST Student Parliament. They are being led by Apia Che Patrick, who is the Speaker of KNUST Parliament, and the school is located in the Ofolikrom constituency. Ofolikrom constituency. I think the member is not yet in. I hope he will come. And when he comes, I'll urge him to also take good care of you. Even though you are mature people, but I'm hoping he will come. The last school is Busa Folk Festival Travel and Tour. Busa Folk Festival Travel and Tour. They are being led by Mr. Mark Ampafik Datusidi. I hope I pronounced it well. And he is the president of Busa Folk Festival Travel and Tour. And the group is located in the Busa North and South constituency. Is James Agaga here? And Crementa Park is also not here. Okay, I hope they will also come. But you are already mature people. You don't need to be taken care of. So all of you, you are welcome. I hope the students, you monitor what goes on here, and that should urge you to go and study hard, so that tomorrow, if we are not here, you'll come and take over from us. We wish you well, and we wish you fruitful visit. Thank you very much. So now let me come to item 8. I hope the application is granted. Minority.
Speaker, as cooperative as we have always been. It's granted. It's granted.
Yes. So which one are we taking first?
Mr. Speaker, we are looking at 8C first.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, can you do us the honors?
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Food and Drug Authority for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. The statement is referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, now can we move to 8D for the Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs? 8D, Roman number I. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
If the deputy leader's intention is to ensure that we take I to XIV, then I'll pray him should seek your leave so that we can take all in whole. Yes, that the minister can do it instead of doing it.
Very well.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Exactly so.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes.
As cooperative as my
Don't invite trouble.
respected colleague has been, I want to commend him before we proceed. Thank you.
He should lay his papers and leave me in peace.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee on the Births and Deaths Registry for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee for the Karachi East Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the German North District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Karachi West Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Karachi Nuhumuru District, Chumuru District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Etiwa West District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tema West Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mampong Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jasikan Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Joabuso District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the La Nkwantanan Madina Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gas Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tano North Municipal Assembly for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statements listed as D, I, I, V, V, I, X, X, XI, XIV have been duly presented. They are to be presented to local government committee for consideration and report. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, can we then go back now to look at 8B? We went past 8B. So I and II, with your permission, if we can take those together. And I seek your leave to allow myself to do it on behalf of the majority leader, who is not here at the moment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Minority leadership application has been made.
We have no objection to that.
Wonderful. So, Deputy Majority Leader.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement listed in today's order paper as 8B, I have been duly presented. They are to be referred to the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest for consideration and report. Yes. What do you mean by the bill?
Mr. Speaker, with deference to the chair, I thought the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Commission on Civic Education for the year ended 2025 should be referred to the Committee for Independent Constitutional Bodies. The referral should be to independent constitutional bodies and not where it has been referred, not public administration.
Speaker, the experienced former leader is right.
That's what you gave me.
But the first item, civic service, head of civil service, Speaker, you are right to have referred that one to state interest. So the first item is correct. However, the second one is incorrect, and my colleague is right.
Very well. So, honourable members, the second one is an annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year 2024. That statement indeed has been presented, and the correction is that it should be referred to independent constitutional bodies for consideration and report. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted us to go back to 7 for statement, if there are any statements available.
We have so many statements, but as I sit here, I don't have any statement with me. I know we have a lot of statements.
Speaker, before we proceed to take item 7, we just laid a number of items under advertising the name of the local government chieftains in religious affairs. And I want to commend him. Speaker, we have often bemoaned the delay in the presentation of annual reports to this House. And agencies and a number of our ministries have defaulted in this regard. To that extent, I want to commend the Minister for Local Government. Clearly has shown some distinction in this regard. Last week, same, we laid a number of annual reports that were advertised in his name. And today you can see clearly a tall list again. I think the other ministers should also take a cue. When the reports come to this House late, the committees, it undermines the work of the committees. So, leader, take this in good stride. Reach out to the ministers. The report must come here on time. If you look at all the reports laid, all of them, no exception, 2024, last year. I know there are a number of reports that are still outstanding in the number of ministries. So please reach out to them and let them do the needful. That is when the committees can have a locus to work. As we got the item 8E on page 3 of today's order paper. Report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill. I brought this to the attention of the majority leader, and the chief whip, the deputy whip, was defending that they had withdrawn, they were going to incorporate amendment, and they were not ready. Yes, let's get a bit clinical. We put out businesses and we are not ready to prosecute them. And this particular item has been there for more than 1 month. If you are not ready, why do you advertise it? So, if they are not ready, government side, listen to me. If you are not ready, don't advertise these items. For more than a month, the business has been on the order paper. No. You've been bringing addendum paper for agent businesses to be prosecuted, and we've been cooperating with you. I'm saying that if you're not ready, don't advertise. It's been on the order paper for more than 1 month. When this one goes out, what will the public be saying about us? Is that part of your research agenda? No, guess leadership. Government side. Government side. Be a bit clinical and liaise with the table office. If you're not ready, don't advertise. We will take strong exception to this. You say you are resetting Ghana. Is that how to reset Ghana?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the very item that the Honorable Minority Whip is referring to is being brought to the attention of the Finance Minister, who was actually out of jurisdiction. I think it was explained here that the intention is for the ministry to withdraw and put another one in place. And the minister is aware of it, and he will be coming to do that in the next day or so. So that is the issue with that. And I do agree with, again, the Minority Whip about the timely, presentation of this report to the House. I think it doesn't stop there. We've also been talking about referrals, which are also not coming. Once the reports are presented and then they are referred, we also expect the referrals to come on time, because these are compliance issues, and I do agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go back to item 7.
Speaker.
Very well. So statements. So I can now see Honorable Michael Edu. Your students are here. And
yes,
lawyers will say, take your victim as you find them.
Yes, Mr.
They are here.
Speaker,
You have to take good care of
them. The students are the cream de la cream of student leaders in KNUST. That's the Student SRC and Student Parliament. And I want to welcome them to this August House.
Well, giving the opportunity to welcome them, we have to do the needful. Well, honorable members, we will start with honorable member for Salaga South, Honorable Hajia Zura Mohammed Ibrahima. Statement to celebrate the life of Professor Ferris Israel Konote Aulu, a Ghanaian distinguished intellectual with group bar footprint. Honorable, let's hear you. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to read this statement in this August House to celebrate the life of a Ghanaian who left footprints across the globe. Mr. Speaker, on 27th of May 2025, the world woke up to the distressing news of the passing of one of the world's greatest scientists, Professor Felix Israel Konote Aulu, a trailblazer by every measure. A lot can be said about the life of Professor Konote Ahulu's 94-year lifespan. A Ghanaian physician, a quadri-agri distinguished professor of human genetics at the University of Cape Coast, a consultant physician and genetic counselor, hemoglobinopathy stroke 6-cell states in London. Professor Konote Aulu was one of the world's foremost experts on sickle cell disease. Mr. Speaker, that is the sheer breadth of the man who was born to a Presbyterian minister in Odumasi Krobo in 1930 and died as a towering scientist who taught in at least 21 universities around the world, including Turkey, Brazil, Greece, Singapore, Australia, India, Hungary, Canada, Denmark, Switzerland, Sweden, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Senegal, Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, and Egypt. Mr. Speaker, Professor Konote Aulu was not just an accomplished research scientist, physician, and scholar. He played the piano and even once composed a hymn of 7 verses with melody entitled "Time Was Created," unquote. Mr. Speaker, Professor Konote Ahulu's repertoire is too expansive and diverse to register in such a short tribute. In spite of this, Mr. Speaker, I intend in this short tribute to raise my voice as a celebratory dirge to an African intellectual giant whose footprints in both science and community echoed around the world. Mr. Speaker, when I first met Professor Konote Aulu in London, he was already in his autumn years. It was an event to which he had been invited at the Ghana High Commission in London, where I was stationed as a minister counselor and head of information. In spite of his remarkable achievements, he struck me as an affable, gracious, and easily approachable person, deep discerning, gentle in his manners, and willing to engage in whatever subject one threw at him. Those who knew him looked at him in awe and treated him with what I later came to learn was well-deserved respect. Mr. Speaker, when I met him later in his professional setting as a physician at his Harley Street practice, I was expecting to see an impenetrable, cold scientist who went about his duties matter-of-factly. But again, I found something different. Of course, his knowledge and warmth were impossible to miss. He was quintessentially a medical professional who strived to bring healing and relief to his suffering patients. But this is not an easy feat to achieve, especially for a scientist. For many, being professional is to be stone cold, sometimes to the point of being nonchalant. It's more so with a scientist whose default training and practice orients him or her to stick doggedly to the facts and nothing more. It's therefore to Professor Konote Ahulo's credit that he was not just knowledgeable and warm, but profoundly touched his patients through his humaneness, assuring, and fatherly nature. Mr. Speaker, I had battled chronic anemia, and I had been to several consulting rooms without a permanent treatment to my condition. In 2010, when I met Professor Konote Ahulo in his consulting room, I left with a permanent cure. He diagnosed me of a rare blood condition that inhibited my iron absorption. After this diagnosis, Professor Ahulo placed me on an iron supplement called Ferroglad C, and he said to me, and I quote, "Zuera, you can get this drug off the counter with a repeat prescription," unquote. He added, Mr. Speaker, that, and I quote again, "Don't worry about the cost because it's cheap, but it will treat your condition," unquote. Mr. Speaker, till date, I take my Ferroglad C religiously, every day, and it has kept me alive. Cheap indeed it was, and it remains cheap. Mr. Speaker, Professor Konote Ahulo's passion straddled medicine. He had a deep-seated affection for his country. As many times as I visited his practice, he found time during consultations to talk about Ghana, a subject he spoke about with great fondness and deep insight. With him, Mr. Speaker, I gained the abiding insight not to lose hope in our country no matter how dire the situation becomes. Because while many people I encountered saw Ghana's problems, Professor Konote Ahulo sought and preferred solutions. He spoke with fondness about the Ghana he conceived where sickle cell and HIV/AIDS will be wiped out. He spoke passionately about the country's health delivery and suggested practical ways in which funding would not just boost research, but also prop up our health system in ways where infrastructure aligned with scientific research and ultimately render universal health care accessible and efficient. Mr. Speaker, today I raise my voice not only to sing a dirge, but also to invoke the legacy of a departed ancestor whose footprints defied time, a man whose service to humanity defied both borders and disciplines, a man whose conception of his motherland was marked by his willingness to put his shoulder to the wheel and contribute to its development in practical and enduring ways. Mr. Speaker, foremost among the lessons I take out of my encounters with Professor Konote Ahulo is the absolute necessity never to give up on our country. Equally important is the compulsion to do whatever we do in our professions in the public interest. As politicians, this clarion call could not be more resonant and timelier. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the entire Parliament of Ghana, the ordinary people of Ghana who we represent, permit me, Mr. Speaker, to extend my deepest condolences to Rosemary, his wife of 63 years, his children, David, Caris, and Lydia, and his 11 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and his sisters, Edna, Gritty, Ruby, Catherine, and Anne. Our prayers are with the entire extended family of Professor Konote Ahulo of Odumase Krobo. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that in spite of his humble beginnings, Professor Felix Israel Konote Ahulo bestride the narrow world like a colossus, both in his personal achievements and his impact on the global stage. Like Mark Antony in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, I keep asking myself, and I quote, "Here was a man, when comes such another?" Rest with the Lord, Professor Felix Israel Konote Ahulo, FGA, FRCP SG, FRCP, FWACP. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. Honourable members. Yes. Professor Yensu, are you contributing? Is it that nobody knows him? Very well. Then let me come to, Professor Yensu, a medical doctor.
Yes.
So let's say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a comment on this statement. I would like to thank my sister for bringing up this topic and also talking about this very important person in the field of medicine. Professor Konote Ahulo, I actually met him in the UK sometime in 2000 and something. And I was doing an externship with the British College of Surgeons. And that's the first time I met him. And he told me about, he taught me a lot. He told me about medicine in Ghana. He even asked me to come to Ghana to do another externship. And I did a lot of research with him on hematology and specifically with sickle cell. So this individual, Mr. Speaker, is really a colossal in the medical field. He has contributed a lot to medicine. He has also contributed to Ghana and the image of Ghana medicine outside the country. That his diagnosis and some of his research has been really, really groundbreaking and has also contributed to the treatment of sickle cell. Mr. Speaker, back in the day, we didn't know how to treat sickle cell. And sickle cell patients had very short mortality rates. And so they were really dying off quickly. But it took research from people like Professor Konote Ahulo to really come up with proper treatment for sickle cell, and especially also for anemia. So his work in the field of hematology is unprecedented. His work as a Ghanaian physician outside the country is unprecedented. And for some of us, he was actually our role model. We looked at him, we saw the work he was doing outside the country in the name of Ghana. And we actually followed him throughout his entire career. And as my sister said, he's not only a great physician, but he's also a humanitarian. And he's also, he composes music. And that was one of the reasons why when I actually met him, we became friends, because my father was also a composer and the choir director for my Methodist church. So those were some of the topics we used to talk about. He's truly a great humanitarian, a great Ghanaian, and a great physician. And I thank my sister for bringing this topic up in this August House. Once again, I would like to say condolences, my heartfelt condolences to his family and his wife. And it is very sad when a country loses such important people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to leadership. Yes, minority.
Speaker, this is out of the ordinary. And in this House, we've often witnessed such statements that are delivered in commemorating politicians. And more often than not, the focus has been personalities who have held notable or politically exposed offices. We've often not heard such statement. And I want to commend my good friend, Honorable Zuera, she has decided to blaze a different trail in speaking to a public servant, a scientist, and for that matter, a public servant, not necessarily a politician. Speaker, I think we need to take a cue. And going forward, this is the people's representatives. We must not only be celebrating politicians, we must also find time and space to celebrate such characters. Speaker, in order dispensation, funds are established, foundations are developed in honor of such personalities. I think going forward, we may have to shy away from what we are used to, where the focus more often than not has been on politically exposed persons. One, it gets the youth to be carried along. And then when we speak to their legacies, the youth come imbibe into the goodness and the good things they left behind. I think that the science community needs to take a good look at this. Such public-spirited will is something we must make a definite effort to recognize. For me, it's something we have to do. We have a number of research institutions in our country, Gucci, a number of them. Such personalities who have distinguished themselves, the states must be seen to be leading the way, to be celebrating them, devoid of political coloration and devoid of partisanship. That is how we can build a nation. So that, irrespective of your political persuasion, if indeed you are out there contributing to the growth of our country, you can be recognized at the right time. And posthumously, you could be given all the recognition that you deserve. So I commend my colleague, and I think my hearts go out there to the family and the bereaved family entirely. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Majority Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank my honorable sister, Suwera, MP for Salaga South, for eulogizing the professor who passed on the 27th of May. Mr. Speaker, as we have heard, he was a trailblazer. He was a specialist in human genetics. He was a hemoglobin party surgeon. And I think it is important that we celebrate, in as much as we console the family and express our condolences to the family. We should also celebrate such important people who have obviously contributed to society, contributed to his country, Ghana. Most of the time, these people do these things quietly. They are not politicians, they are not public people who speak, but they do an important job behind the scenes, which basically keep us healthy as a country. I also have to commend my sister, our own Professor Grace here, who herself is a surgeon, for the contribution and what she had said about the professor. And I think that it is important that we celebrate, we get the books, at least in the field of medicine, we get the books written, published by such people, so that we can, be able to get inheritance in terms of inheriting from such people who have been basically very pioneer in the field of medicine, as Prof has been. My condolences to the family, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second statement, honorable members, we have always been advising that if you are coming to read the statement, try to share copies with your colleagues, especially from the other side, so that they will be able to also contribute. So, Honorable yes.
Speaker, with respect, and the intent is not to take anything away from your statement. Speaker, you have cautioned that we should aspire to ensure that all provisions in the new standing order is enforced. Speaker, Order 93.8 puts the burden on the clerk. And Speaker, with your permit, the clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statement. Speaker, the burden is on the clerk, not members. So the table of it should take notice.
Well.
It's not enough if you put copies here. I see you saying now, make copies to members.
Well.
Yes.
Let me defend the table. You see, most of the time the statements are here, so many of them, and at times it becomes difficult as to which one we are going to take. So I think I have said this over and over again, but under the circumstances, I don't think we can blame the clerks so much, because as far as I know, so many statements are begging for the House, but it's like we don't know when we are going to take. So I made that statement.
I like them. They work hard, but I'm only reminding them that is their responsibility. So they should revert their mind and should be guided accordingly.
Well. Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government, can we hear you?
Mr. Speaker, just to add my voice to what is being said, the making of statement on the floor of the House is not just a ceremonial thing. The academia use our Hansard and do statements for research. It is in that regard that a member who has a statement to be made, at least copies must not just be given to colleagues. Colleagues must be asked to also go and make research in that area to come and support you. So if you make a statement and members are not able to comment, you may be thinking that, oh, they don't like me, that's why when I made my statement, they didn't talk. It's because what was supposed to be done had not been done. And if you listen to the contribution from my colleague sitting in my left-hand side, the Honorable Professor, she knows the professor we are talking about, Philly. And they did research together. And I was touched by the kind of comment that she made. When I asked, he said, yes, the member who made the statement this morning came to tell him that I want to make this statement. Maybe if I was also consulted or given a copy, I was also going to speak in the same direction. So your call is in the right direction, but members must endeavor to give copies, apart from the clerk doing that job. Give copies to colleagues and ask them, I'm going to make this statement, and I want you to also support me. We do it across the divide. That's what we used to do. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that culture must continue.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable.
But, Mr. Speaker, beyond that, I remember when we came here in the 5th Parliament, a colleague, the Honorable Isaac Asiama, took his statement to go and show to his chairman of a committee that I want to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, we came to the floor, and the chairman started presenting the report, the statement. Then the ranking member stood on that side. Mr. Speaker, that is my statement. That is my statement. These are some of the things. The reason why members, when they write their statement, they put it under their armpit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree to what the Minority Chief Whip said and what the Minister for Local Government has just said. But I think it's not only just giving copies to colleagues, but modern technology actually allows us to be able to place statements on the console here. So reports should be put here so that when members come, they will have adequate time to read them and be able to support the statement if they so wish. So we have other means available to be able to get this statement to look at. And I think I'm just urging honorable members to take advantage of this new technology that we have in the chamber to be able to, be fully informed or advised on statements that have not been made. Thank you. And not for them, for the statement to appear in the middle of the statement being delivered. I think we see statements on the console being made, being presented at the same time as the statement was being made. And maybe we should be ahead of time in dealing with this issue.
Well, let it go to Subing. Let's go to Subing. Honorable Kofi Obriaboa, you have the floor now to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To speak on embargo placed on the Lands Commission, halting the sale, lease, and processing of transactions involving state and public lands. I would have wished the Minister for Lands and the Deputy is here. You will read it, but I would have wished that they are here to listen to the statement. But you can take the floor now and read the statement. Why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Yeah, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you've made a very good intervention. But I was going to plead, if there's another statement that we are going to make after this, so that we'll be making that one while the Chief Whip.
Deputy Minister is here. Hey, he's a Rose. He's Rose Minister. I thought Lands.
Why the government Chief Whip make a call to the ministry to see whether the deputy or the minister himself, or when you make a statement and there are consequential orders, the ministers must assist the members' statement so that it will not be just a statement being presented on the floor. We must walk the talk based on the recommendations that are going to come from my colleague.
Well. So I'll hold on with this particular statement. We are actually going to take it. Yes.
I don't have a problem supporting my colleague, and I think ideally that should be it. But the member, for the past 2 weeks, I have been begging the front bench, the majority front bench, to program the lands minister. Speaker, matters on Galamsey. Galamsey's digging and now close to the Accra-Kumasi road. I have been begging, practically begging. Now, well, you can say that it is not a subject matter of discussion here, but I'm speaking in context. The land minister is a member of parliament. Should we beg him before he comes to the house? That shouldn't be the case. No, always. But, Speaker, the energy minister, yes, the road minister too. They are always here. But I cannot say same for the lands minister. I cannot. He comes and goes. No, the energy minister is always here. The roads deputy minister is always here. So I'm not objecting. Well, you can speak for him, that's fine. But I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait for the the lands minister before the statement is made. No, we cannot. Parliament cannot wait for them. They should come to the House. This is the people's representatives. Speaker, it cannot be that we have a statement to present and then we are lamenting that the lands minister is not in the House, so we should wait for him to come. Hey, is that how we are attending our parliament?
Honorable,
do I disagree?
Honorable respected Chief Whip, I think it's not a case that we are not going to read the statement today. The application made by the local government minister is to hold on for the majority bench to reach out to them so that if they can make time to the cause. You see, I'm inclined to do that simply because we have been complaining that we are making a lot of referrals and the ministers and others are not taking action. But if he's here, the minister is here and listening to the statement, I think the minister can make a... So I'll hold on and take another statement before I come back to that. Yes, Honorable Suhini.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Honorable Minority Chief Whip is a very good friend of mine, but he hasn't been charitable at all to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and I think that is not fair. The Minister of Lands and Natural Resources have sat with me and my colleague, the Energy Minister, in this floor many times. Many times. Last week, last 2 weeks, we've all been in this chamber and have participated even in business. So to suggest that the two of us are usually here, but he is not here, is completely unfair on his part. And I also just want to put on record that the appeal that you are making is not new to this House. In the last Parliament, was on the Lands and Lands and Forestry Committee of Parliament. I presented a couple of statements, a number of times. And Mr. Speaker, at the time, there were occasions where I was asked to hold on so that the minister will be present to, if need be, respond to some of the issues that I sought to raise in the statements that I made. In fact, there was even one time where the minister was impressed upon to do something like a counter statement to the statement that I made, so that the two statements were admitted and read at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it is new for this appeal to be made for the minister to come before a statement is made. Thank you very much.
With respect, the intent was not to cause harm. If it is portrayed that our colleagues, my statement had created an unfortunate image, unreservedly, I retract the statement in regard of the lands minister. But, Speaker, so must we wait for him? That's my only concern. Must Parliament wait for the lands minister? Maybe you have spoken to him, you can speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have reached out to the Deputy Minister who is on his way to the House. So we can take another statement. By that time, the Deputy Minister, even is trying to come with the Minister himself so that they can address this issue. Because yesterday there was a discussion on it, so that he'll come and throw more light on steps taken so far to address the issues. Well,
I personally inclined to do that. So if the Deputy Minister is also welcoming, I think that's good. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I read the business statement, and I give my promise that arrangement will be made to bring the minister to come and answer any questions that. But I think, as Honorable Minister said, it's a bit unfair to single a minister out. But I'm glad that after 8 years, you have finally realized that the Galamsey issue has actually reached the roadside, and it will be addressed.
Honourable members, let's take them lightly. Let's take them lightly.
This is a diplomatic blow.
This is what?
He has attacked me.
This is what?
It's a diplomatic jab.
Diplomatic blow.
He's actually attacked me. Deputy Leader, don't do that. You are opening yourself up for me to come and jab you. You are my friend. You are allowing some of the whips to influence you. I have not mentioned anybody's name. Some of the whips are actually influencing you.
Honourable members, let's take some of these things lightly. Yes. So, Honourable Briabua, we will come to you. Let's take one statement, then we come back to you. Just hold on. So, we will take a statement from Honourable Dr. Eric Affol. Obri, don't go out. We will definitely take your statement. So, Honourable Dr. Eric Affol would like to talk about 24-hour economy. and the Accelerated Export Development Program.
That's not the statement. Mr. Speaker, that isn't the statement. That's not the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Is that not the statement? That's the one I'm holding.
Mr. Speaker, the other member has two statements, but what he's about to read is a statement on the highlight of the positive trend of the economy of Ghana. So, but he's not reading the 24-hour economy statement today.
He cannot read that one because I don't have it. But why are you running away from this one?
No, the communication to him. No. Mr. Speaker, the communication to him this morning is that he's reading this very statement. So we did not draw his attention to read the 24-hour economy today. That one is programmed to be taken either tomorrow or tomorrow.
But the point is he not the owner of this statement?
He is.
He's the owner of this statement.
But he's not prepared to read it today.
You presented the statement. The statement has been admitted. And you want to choose when to read the statement.
Speaker, may I invite you to Order 95? Order 95.
Yes.
Withdrawal of statement. It doesn't lie in his mouth. Speaker, Order 95 says, a member whose statement has been admitted may withdraw the statement by the leave of the Speaker. It's crystal clear. And you are saying that he doesn't want to read that one. He should seek the leave of the Speaker. Speaker, he should do the needful. Seek the leave of the Speaker and say that you don't want this one, you want to do this one. Speaker, wonders will never stop happening. They are running away from their own 24-hour economy. Jesus Christ. You are running away from 24-hour economy. The president will hear about this. The president must hear about this. You can't defend your 24-hour economy. I am very sad this afternoon. I am very sad. I am very sad. You have presented two statements. One which is on your 24-hour economy. And you are saying you won't do it, but you prefer the other one. But you also not come under appropriate orders. What is happening? The president will hear about this. The first reshuffle is going to happen.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I've put in about 5 statements to be read. If you can go back to the console, you realize that this particular statement I'm about to read was captured the whole of last 2 weeks, last week, and I was informed this morning that this statement will be read. So I brought the copy to read it. So if you grant me the leave to go along with the current one I have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Well, leave granted. Read the one you want to read.
Okay.
If you want to read.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable member, you have the floor.
And let me take the opportunity.
I'm not listening to anybody.
To make this statement.
Go ahead
and
read.
Highlight the positive trend of Ghana's economy, to educate and encourage ourselves as Ghanaians in decision making, as households.
Hold on. Do members have copies? Yes, Eric, hold on. You'll be given the opportunity. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Honorable member statement that he's going to make, that one is on the economy and the progress being made. Mr. Speaker, such a statement, members must have copy across the divide. And Mr. Speaker, rich contribution must be made. It is not just a statement. Members may give commendation and critique, both constructive and otherwise. So, Mr. Speaker, if you want to make such a statement, members must be given copy. It is not just an ordinary statement. So if we are saying that the 24-hour economy, whether man sisters has a copy or whatever statement, your 5 statements, you must have copies. And members must be given copies. And whatever statement you make, we must be aware to make contribution. Because they are not just ordinary or ceremonial or tribute. These are statements you are going to make on the progress of the economy, how the city is appreciating, how growth is growing. But if you don't give us copies, how
have you
will we know?
started contributing? Have you started contributing?
For 8 years. And he's now here in government. Must not be only making economic or financial things, but make energy is even finance or is even on the economy. So give us copies. If we don't have copies and you are going to make it, how are we going to contribute? Or you read it and that one will also die.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, the statement mentioned by the ranking member, the chairman of the Economy and Development Committee, is an important statement from the heading. But it is not right that you will want to speak to such a matter and members don't have copy. And I think that the member can come back well, giving members of, we still have the day. Orders of business can be varied for him to come back well. Mr. Speaker, but if in the honesty, I believe in the academic prowess of my colleague to present a statement that can stand the test of time in this house. If it is less with politics, this house, this side of the house, is well prepared to audit every single sentence, will cross every T and dot every I of that statement. And if that statement is less with propaganda, we are equally equipped to expose that propaganda, Mr. Speaker. So this side is ready for the statement. Let us upload it. Let us read it. He will present it and we'll critique accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope members has been given copies, at least enough.
Mr. Speaker, this statement, as of last week, I brought about 20 copies shared to members. So most members on my right, they have copies. Yes, they have copies. Most of my members on the left, they have copies.
Honorable member, just go ahead and read the statement.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much, and let me take the opportunity to make this statement to highlight the positive trend of Ghana's economy, to educate and encourage ourselves as Ghanaians in decision-making, as households, businessmen, and even as government, which has signed social contracts with its people. Mr. Speaker, governance is about seeking the welfare of the people, especially about their respective standards of living in a country. This is measured by the amount of goods and services available for consumption, as well as its affordability, by adopting a mechanism used to allocate or distribute the goods and services among the citizenry in a country. Right Honorable Speaker, the effectiveness and efficient mechanism designed to allocate the said resources are measured by certain economic and financial indices, data, and statistics in a country. Mr. Speaker, some of these include the gross domestic product, GDP of a country, the rate of inflation, which measures the general price levels of goods and services in a country over a period of time, the gross international reserves of a country, the balance of payment, BOP, the primary fiscal balance of trade, the national debt level of a country, and its associated national debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, of a country is also a good measure to this effect. The central bank monetary policy and interest rate also count a lot. Mr. Speaker, above all is the strength of the cedi in relation to the hard currencies in the world, such as US dollar, the UK pound sterling, the euro in the European countries, and other currencies in the world. Right Honorable Speaker, data and statistics available according to the Monetary Policy Committee, 124 reports of BOG, that's Bank of Ghana, and figures from the Statistical Service indicated that the economy of Ghana is thriving on a growth path which will eventually lead to sustainable growth and development in the country. Mr. Speaker, inflation, which was taken in January 2025 at 23.4%, now stands at 18.3% as at May 2025, which has been programmed to hit at mid-teens by the middle of the year. According to the report, on the domestic front, the bank's high-frequency real sector indicators point to a sustained pickup in economic activity. The updated composite index of economic activity increased by 2.3% on year in March 2025 compared to 1.0% over the same period last year, 2024. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Purchasing Managers Index rose above the 50 benchmark as output and new orders increased, signaling improved growth and prospect. According to the BOG Monetary Policy Committee, 124th report indicates that based on inflationary pressures and options above the macroeconomic conditions, the latest confidence survey showed a significant improvement in business and consumer indices, the highest in the last 7 years. Mr. Speaker, the headline inflation has declined consecutively within the year, according to BOG, by 2.6 percentage points to 2.12% in April 2025 and 18.3% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, this resulted in reduction of price of goods and services in the country. The primary fiscal balance on commitment basis has also improved significantly in the first quarter of 2025. Mr. Speaker, according to the report, at the end of March 2025, the stock of public debt stood at 769.4 billion Ghana cedis, representing 55% of GDP compared to 726.7 billion cedis, also representing 61.8% of GDP at the end of December 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, according to the BOG's current report, the external sector has continued to improve. Mr. Speaker, the provisional current accounts earned a surplus of $2.1 billion at the end of the first quarter of 2025, mainly driven by high prices and production volumes of gold and cocoa and strong remittance inflow. Speaker, the overall balance of payments registered as a surplus is a surplus of $1.1 billion in the first quarter of 2025, with a significant reserve accumulation. Mr. Speaker, the strong external performance resulted in a significant reserve accumulation, according to the report. The gross international reserve amounted to $10.7 billion in April 2025, equivalent to 4.7 months of import cover of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserve has been programmed to hit 4.0 months of import cover at the end of 2025 to the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. This shows that, broadly, the external sector outlook remains favorable, largely anchored on expectations of increased gold and cocoa receipts, as well as inflow from remittances. Right, Honourable Speaker, according to the report, the cedi has rebounded strongly against the major trading currencies, driven by a combination of factors, including the tight monetary stance, ongoing fiscal consolidation, record reserves accumulation, strict enforcement of foreign exchange rules, and improved market sentiment. Mr. Speaker, in the year of May 21, 2025, the cedi had appreciated against all currencies. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 24.1% against the US dollar, 16.2% against the British pound sterling, and 14.1% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, the monetary policy MPC report by the BOG still holds the monetary policy rate at 28%. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian economy continues to show more strides locally and internationally. The economy is growing rapidly and has seen an advantage internationally. Mr. Speaker, due to the current performance of the economy, the Switzerland government has awarded a grant of $77 million to support the development of a resilient and forward-looking economy of Ghana. Switzerland has pledged its support to Ghana through economy, trade, governance, democracy, peace, and security, environment and climate change, as well as sustainable development. Right, Honourable Speaker, I would therefore entreat all to simply support the government in achieving the targeted financial and economic indices stated in the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, before I will invite comments, let me read our standing orders 93.5 to you, because I want to remind you, and I hope this comment on the statement is not going to be a precursor to the mid-year budget review. 93.5 says a member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. I'm bringing this to your attention, knowing very well how this statement is pregnant with a lot of debatable issues. So before I will invite the first person, kindly indulge me 5 minutes suspension.
Mr. Speaker,
Well, let me thank you for your indulgence. Let me start with Honorable Member for New Drabin North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very mindful of Order 93.5. But since it's a statement that highlights the positive trend of an economy, you give me a bit of latitude to do some comparison. Because in an economy, you cannot speak on it without doing a little bit of comparison. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, an economy.
Listen to him first. Yes, Honorable, should I conclude that?
Mr. Speaker, I'm being mindful of 93.5.
So please just be mindful that it should not be a debatable discussion. If you want to also make a statement on the other side, then you can also come with a statement and say the negative aspect of the economy. But just be minded, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a good statement by the respected chairman of the Economic Committee. He has elaborated on a lot of indicators. Mr. Speaker, an economy that is seeing positive trends should, as a matter of fact, see price stability in the country. As a matter of fact, there should be full employment in the country. Mr. Speaker, if I refer to page 4 of the statement, the respected chairman talks about MPC rate of 28%. Mr. Speaker, MPC rate of 28% is how much the commercial banks are getting from the central bank. Mr. Speaker, if you go on the street, the interest rate in most of the banks is between 33 to 39%. Mr. Speaker, in an economy that is showing positive trends, we are not experiencing interest rate that is good for the consumers. Mr. Speaker, this economy that is showing positive trends has a lot of inefficiencies, Mr. Speaker. Economy that shows positive trends, Mr. Speaker, is directly proportional to economic growth. If it's directly proportional to economic growth, Mr. Speaker, then the managers of the economy should be implementing expansionary fiscal policies. Mr. Speaker, but what do we see now? We are seeing contractional fiscal policies, and that is hindering employment. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying that we spend a lot of time in this chamber. Agreeing to the D-levy. Mr. Speaker, what do we see now? Just the throw of stones from Israel to Iran forced this government, an economy that is showing positive trends, to stop the implementation of the D-levy. Mr. Speaker, I say that is the throwing of stones because it's nowhere compared to what was happening in Iraq, in Ukraine, and Russia. In Iran and Israel, they are just throwing stones. And an economy that is showing positive trends has not been able to implement the D-levy, Mr. Speaker, because of the throwing of stones. Mr. Speaker, I will say that this statement is good, this statement is okay, but I will advise the respected chairman of the Economic Committee to bring this statement again in December so that we can actually compare the figures. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Ntoso, do you want to speak? Are you taking the floor to speak?
No, just point of order.
No,
Mr.
point
Speaker.
of order is over now.
No.
I
Mr.
deliberately decided not to call you.
I want to correct something. He said in Israel they are throwing stones. He shouldn't belittle what is happening in Israel. If he says that they are throwing stones, I mean, it's an Iran. Iran and Israel are throwing stones. When people are dying, you're talking about stones throwing. It wasn't the days of David and Goliath when David threw a stone and killed Goliath. This one, they are firing weapons. So he has to withdraw. He shouldn't belittle this.
So the Reverend has spoken. So it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but that was in the contest.
I know.
As compared to Ukraine
I appreciate the contest. So,
yeah, thank you.
No. Yes, let me invite the Honorable Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement for the research he's conducted. Very in-depth, very accurate, and he gives the timelines. And I find this very, very educative. Beyond the politics, what we are doing is an academic exercise that helps all of us. And I think that we should encourage such research to anchor what we do here in Parliament. Facts are facts. Facts are sacrosanct. You may put an interpretation on the facts, but facts can only be one. He's given the facts about inflation, exchange rate, GDP growth, debt to GDP, the primary balance, the current account, the fiscal balance, and all that. Are they accurate or not? They are accurate. If you have counter information, put it out here. If you want to put an interpretation on it, that is your own opinion. Is it true that inflation has improved? It has improved. And so if you see prices going up, when they say inflation is low, it doesn't mean prices are coming down. It simply means that the rate at which prices are going up is slowed down. He didn't talk about disinflation. He didn't talk about deflation. He said inflation is lowering. And that is a fact. He spoke about the exchange rate. Is it doing well or not? Year on year, it is doing well. And to say that it has not translated, no, there's something you call lag. In economics, the lag or the transmission mechanism. The fact that Mr. Speaker looks healthy today, looking handsome, doesn't mean he ate today. It could be that yesterday's food, the day before yesterday's food, which is T-1, is what is accounting for today. That is why when you are computing an equation, you account for the lag or the previous year of the dependent variable in order to make sure that what you are doing is robust. And so please, the fact that you haven't seen prices going down immediately doesn't mean it won't go down. What you want to do is to sustain this positive trend for a period of time. Because prices are downward sticky. Prices easily go up, they don't easily come down. So I think that, Mr. Speaker, let us rather find out how we can support government to anchor these positive developments and make them sustainable. Because the current trajectory is not just about GDP growth. We are talking of inclusive, sustainable growth that translates into job creation. And for me, having attained these positive indices, the next thing we should be looking at is how we can translate that to create jobs for the people of Ghana. And I think that if we focus on that, it will help us very much. Mr. Speaker, he talks about expansionary fiscal policy. When you reduce taxes, that's an expansionary fiscal policy. It means that you're putting money in the pockets of people. If government spends, that's an expansionary fiscal policy. If government spends, that's an expansionary fiscal policy. If you lower interest rate, that's an expansionary fiscal policy. So I don't understand what other expansionary fiscal policy he wants to see. Look, Mr. Speaker, when something is good, admit that it is good. No, that one, as for that one. Mr. Speaker, these two ladies seated here, these two ladies, they are beautiful by whatever standard. And so you can't argue with.
You said they are hot.
These two ladies, by all standards, by whatever measure, they are beautiful. Whether you like them or you hate them, they are what? They are beautiful. And Mr. Speaker himself is nodding his head. The fact that Mr. Speaker is nodding his head attests to the statement I'm making. And so, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion.
No comment too.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me commend the maker of the statement for that in-depth research, but also advise government and all of us, including our members on the other side, to support government on this positive trajectory so that we can continue to strengthen and anchor the Ghanaian economy and make it the economy that we all aspire to have. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, if you have observed me, all those who are standing on point of order, I'm not taking them. I want the comment to flow. Whatever it is, note them down. I'll get you the opportunity. Then you address those things. Let him go to Manson Kwanta. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I understand that you respectfully want the comments to flow, but does it mean that then people can say whatever they want?
No. If
yes, so Speaker, respectfully, we can't say
Honourable member, if I assess it and see that that statement needs to be attended to, either to ask the maker to withdraw, I will do so. But
very well,
please.
Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honourable member for Manson Kwanta, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank the honourable member, the chairman for the Economy Subcommittee for the statement made. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there's been improvement in some macroeconomic parameters this year, and I mean, that is good for Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand and we need to unpack the basis for these improvements that we have seen. Mr. Speaker, for macroeconomic indicators, what is important is their sustainability. It's not a point-in-time figures that we see. So we need to understand the basis for their improvement. We need to understand why they are where they are. If you look at, Mr. Speaker, the first indicator that we are all talking about, which is the value of the local currency. And Mr. Speaker, this has been debated severally, and I'll be brief on it. There's no doubt that the trade issues that we've had around the world, starting from actions that were taken by the United States government, have actually impacted the strength of our local currency. Because based on that trade issues around the globe, we've seen major trading currencies losing value on their own. So relatively, it's making our cedi look good. Mr. Speaker, some other indicators that have supported the strength of the cedi. There's no doubt that gold reserves have supported the strength of the cedi. But Mr. Speaker, it is factual that this year, the amount of gold reserves that we have added is just about 1 metric ton. So it is not that much. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at the issue of balance of payment, which is one of the key economic metrics, and it actually supports the strength of the local currency. Yes, balance of payment has gone up. And if you look at the trend, yes, it has gone up as indicated by the speaker or the maker of the statement. But Mr. Speaker, if you go down and understand also what is behind the balance of payment, you'll understand that yes, two key commodities of the country, cocoa and gold, they have supported a balance of payment. So we ask ourselves, cocoa and gold, and especially cocoa, Is it that we have done something structurally different to produce more cocoa, or what has happened? If you look at it, you will understand that cocoa is because the world trade price of cocoa has improved. But Mr. Speaker, is this sustainable? World market price, we don't control world market price. So if balance of payment has gone up because market prices has gone up, we cannot commend ourselves for that. And actually, what is worrying is that this year, the light crop season for cocoa, we have been told by Cocoa Board this year that volumes are going to be short by 10,000 metric tons. So we should be worried that the volume of cocoa for this light crop season is rather going down. So if world market price goes down now, we are done for, and the balance of payment that we are priding ourselves will be nothing to talk about. Mr. Speaker, another point, inflation. Now we've seen inflation trending down, which is good for the country. It gives value to everything. But Mr. Speaker, let's ask ourselves, inflation as well, what have we done to send inflation tumbling? Have we done anything specifically to send inflation tumbling? That is the big question. Mr. Speaker, if you look at inflation, you would understand that the reduction is not coming from the food basket. It's rather coming from the non-food basket. And there, where we are benefiting, it's also not determined by us. We had the price of crude oil going down earlier in the year, which led to transport fares also coming down. And all these impacted to send inflation down. If you look at the food segment, inflation has not gone down that much, really insignificant. So you ask yourself, what have we done really to bring inflation down? If it is based on some global trade prices like fuel, then we shouldn't pat ourselves in the back. So, Mr. Speaker, in all, I would say it is rather too early for anyone to be patting himself in the back, because all that we are seeing are issues that are happening across the globe, and we are benefiting. If you look at the trade tariffs by U.S. government, these trade tariffs, we had a pause of about 90 days. This 90-day period is ending, and right away we are now going to see the real effect on us. And on that basis, we will now really be assessing ourselves if we have done something special to see these metrics improving. So, Mr. Speaker, in all, I would say it is rather too early for us to start partying that we have made macroeconomic factors, parameters look good. These are based on international issues of which we have not played much part. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let me go to Brekum. Manzo Kwanta, kindly put off your mic, please. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to commend the Honorable Member, who is also the Chair of the Economy and Development Committee, for elucidating the economic gains that this country has chalked under the governance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the prudent economic management of the Finance Minister and the other Ministers of State. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that from time to time, leadership of various committees will address the House regarding issues within the purviews of their respective committees. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member talked about the inflation, which stood at over 23% in January and now hovering around 18%. It is refreshing, Mr. Speaker, and also to put on record that Fitch has projected that in the coming days, the inflation is projected to drop further to about 15%. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to recognize that as a result of the prudent management of the economy, all the international rating agencies are now painting positive outlook of the Ghanaian economy. Not long ago, Mr. Speaker, we are aware Fitch upgraded Ghana from restricted default to stable outlook, that is B-. I'm very confident in the coming days, Moody's, S&P, and other agencies will equally be painting a very good picture of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, again, we are aware in the first quarter, the economy saw 5.3% growth year on of the GDP, and this once again is an indication of how well this economy is being managed. Again, Mr. Speaker, without belaboring the points already made by colleague members, the performance of the cedi against all the major currencies in the last 6 months, we are aware, has been very sterling. It is therefore important for this House to recognize that these gains were not achieved just on their own, but these gains were achieved as a result of the deliberate, prudent fiscal discipline that this government has undertaken. On that note, once again, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by thanking the maker of the statement and pray that leadership of the other committees will emulate same and from time to time be addressing this House on issues within their areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru. I take you, I take one, then I come to leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Afful, Chairman for the Development and Economy Committee of Parliament, presents a statement. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite happy that in his position now, in power and in government, they now understand the real economics as opposed to the propaganda economy, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy, much so because my respected senior, who was on the other side, very articulate, Honorable Jinapo, on the economy and energy, today has found the real understanding of economics as opposed to opposition economy. And I'll start from there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he now understands the real meaning of inflation. When he was on the other side, he told us that inflation is this, but why is the price of goods are increasing? But today, he has made us to understand that inflation is not the same as disinflation. And that when they say inflation is reducing, it does not necessarily mean prices of goods and services are coming down. Mr. Speaker, since time immemorial, prices of goods and services have never been coming down. Because he rightly mentioned that prices are not sticking downwards. And that is common case law in economics, Mr. Speaker. That prices of goods and services are not expected to be on a downward trend. They are supposed to be adjusting, because when prices of goods and services are decreasing, Mr. Speaker, it means that that is going to be disincentive for production. No rational producer will want to produce when prices of goods and services are decreasing. And that is one thing I'm happy that they are understanding. Mr. Speaker, I'm equally happy that this House has been informed of the transmission mechanism. It talks about time lag, T-1, very elucidate, very good point, Mr. Speaker. But he failed to remind him the implication of the time lag on the positive figures he's mentioning. That is one thing he failed to tell him, that time lag has effect on the positive figures he's mentioning. I expected him to have told him that, Mr. Chairman, when I talk of time lag, it means that the policy put in place at a particular time may have effect in 1 year time. Some of them will have effect in 6 months. Some of them will have effect in 2 years. That was the point he was mentioning. But today, he understands time lag, but he has failed to remind him that time lag has an effect on the inflation figure he mentioned. It has effect on the debt to GDP. It has effect on the gross reserve ratio. It has effect on the balance of payment. It has effect on the current account. He failed to tell him, but I will help him. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that we fail to do in this country, in this chamber, that when government put in policies and those policies are working, we need to commend them. I'm one person that will be willing to commend the government. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that we are experiencing the appreciation of the cedi is fiscal policy. We admit that it contributes. But we have been reminding this government that much of the impact is due to government of Bank of Ghana direct intervention in the market, which is antithetical to the free liberal market we are operating. The direct, unmitigated intervention by the pushing and injection of hard currency into the Ghanaian economy. That is not economy, Mr. Speaker. Any finance minister can do that. Any Bank of Ghana government can do that. We will allow prices of goods and services in the market. We will allow demand and supply of the currency to determine the price of the Ghanaian cedi. I have a problem with that intervention, Mr. Speaker. The problem with that intervention is that it creates a false sense of the strength of the Ghanaian cedi. When you inject Ghanaian cedi, when you inject dollar into the Ghanaian cedi, it creates a false sense that investors will think that your cedi is doing well. In actual case, it is not doing well. And the IMF has actually come to the country and they have mentioned that the Bank of Ghana must stop. And this House must encourage the Bank of Ghana to stop the measures of intervening and injecting hard currency into the economy. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned about GDP. Debt to GDP. What has the government? The government has not paid any loan except those who have so agreed to pay. Government has actually contracted more loan, but debt to GDP is declining. Why? Because of the painful decision of Nana Addo Dankwa government to go for the debt restructuring and to go for the IMF support program. Now they are taking the credit. Today, they are taking the credit and they are telling that their debt to GDP is 54%. But they forgot to tell the House what has accounted for the reduction in the debt to GDP. The government has not done anything about the debt situation. Absolutely nothing. Yet the debt to GDP has moved to 54. He needed to tell this House that it is decreasing because the government painfully took the debt restructuring program. The government painfully went to the IMF for a fund program, and the government has actually been doing that because the government is gaining this momentum because of the intervention of Nana Akufo. Mr. Speaker, we need to mention one thing: IMF program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IMF program has been highlighted as one of the saviors, but let's come to think of it. Inflation has been declining. But IMF told us in 2024 that we should end 2025 with 17%. Even before we came to government, that was a projection. So if you find inflation being 18%, being something percent, it should tell you that that is what we had already programmed. And now, they are now telling us that IMF program, when we are getting the positive gains in 2017-18, Mr. Speaker, they said that we are under IMF support program. Today, are we not under IMF support program? And they are talking about their successes. Mr. Speaker, these successes we are having is also supported by the same IMF program they were criticizing. So until we are out of the farm program.
Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you wind up for me?
Mr. Speaker, the proximity to the leadership.
Honorable Walanyu.
Sit down.
Honorable Walanyu, allow me to handle the House, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. I'll try to wind up, but I just want.
Honorable, please wind up for me.
Mr. Speaker, I will wind up. In winding up, Mr. Speaker. In winding up, Mr. Speaker, it must be put on record that the foundation upon which most of the macroeconomic indicators are now going to the north instead of going to the south is because of a certain difficult austerity measure taken, and that the government that took those decisions should be commended. It must be also placed on record that the government doing certain good must also be supported to continue. But you cannot, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, you cannot say that you are doing well when you are not paying for basic statutory payments are not being released. Statutory payments are not being released. How do you say you are doing well? Contractors are not paid. How do you say you are doing well? We are in arrears. Even your minister has not even received your file. You are complaining. You are complaining in private. You are complaining, Mr. Speaker. So this government, finance ministry, you are not giving financial clearance to give people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement for this statement.
Thank you.
But to tell them that let us put the records, and when we are giving such a statement, it should be 360 statement, not one-sided.
Thank you very much. Honorable Alanyo.
Mr. Speaker, I know after, I will just do 3 minutes so that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and let me commend the chairman of the Economic Committee for... Mr. Speaker, let me commend the chairman of the Economic Committee for educating all of us, especially the minority.
Honorable members, this house has been decorous for some time. Please just allow him to speak. So, Honorable Alanyo, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I've seen one honest minority member, that's Manson Kwanta MP, commending government for doing well. Jerry, Sit down. That is what I have seen. That is what I have seen. That is what I have seen.
Honorable member.
One honest.
Honorable member, please, you are called to comment on the statement. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think at the beginning of the statement, you did refer us to Order 93.5, where it says a member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. And I think so far, Mr. Speaker, we've got some members speaking for more than 5 minutes, which is a violation, and we have some members provoking debate. That is also a violation. Mr. Speaker, you did direct that it should flow and that you are not going to allow any, intervention. But I think we are going contrary to what we are agreeing on. So I will urge members on both sides to respect the Speaker and let the statement flow the way it should, without any comments that are going to provoke debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, please. Please, honorable members, you have spoken. Honorable member, you have spoken, isn't it? I haven't called you. Yeah, leader, I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think the available leader, the respected deputy majority leader, who is sitting in for his boss, has made a good point to the House. Mr. Speaker, our colleague who caught your eye and was making a submission on this very important subject matter, I enjoyed it right from our office. And in fact, that is what brought me in here. Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the things we must always do is to complement one another and to be measured in language use. We all make mistakes sometimes. We don't always command the grammar and control it. But Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage my respected colleague, who is also a first-timer, we all learning. You don't say you've observed somebody out of the lot making an honest, there's a way. You see, Mr. Speaker, if some of the young ladies don't have the resilience, they must be quiet. If you start to talk when your leader is on his feet, and then people come after you, then you'll be crying. Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage my colleague. Your name is not even here. We have heard it in the rumor mill that you are going to be facing the appointment committee. And this is what you want to be doing. Your name, when you came to meet Dr. Zanato here, and for the founder, the owner of the party, for some strange reason, it appears your name is coming, and you will not, even they've delayed in the names. You came to meet Helen Ntoso.
No, leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
You came to meet Helen Ntoso.
Leader.
And then you want to be rising on a point of order when your leader is on a
leader.
Mr. Speaker,
the angle you are going.
Yes, Mr.
Please.
Speaker, she has to sit down. Mr. Speaker. The rules of this House, Mr. Speaker, in particular, Order 123. Mr. Speaker, I want the member to pay due regard to this. It is titled Content of Speech. Content of Speech. I won't belabor, but it is admonishing all of us to avoid the use of offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words. Unbecoming words. So, honorable colleague, please make your comments. Avoid certain expressions that may be offensive to your colleagues. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that is the very call of Honorable Kweku Rickett, and I'm adding my voice to that call. Mr. Speaker, that said, I would want to resume my seat for the member to proceed with his own comment. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Alanyo. Professor Ayes, we haven't given you the floor. Honorable Alanyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
As to whether somebody spoke beyond 5 minutes, I am using my time to assess it. So please, you start speaking. I will know when the 5 minutes is up. I'm going to be fair to everybody. So just make your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Let me again thank the maker of this very important statement for educating us and then for allaying the fears of Ghanaians about how or what some of our colleagues, the sand they have been throwing in the eyes of the public. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement made it clear that through the better management of the economy than the previous government, inflation has come down, which is true. It's a fact that we can't take away. from the Minister of Finance, the Bank of Ghana, Governor, and all the managers of this very economy. Interest rates have come down, and it's a fact. The dollar, which was 17 cedis, Mr. Speaker, is now 10 cedis on the market. It's a fact that you can't take away from this government. Mr. Speaker, all this did not come from the blue moon, because some people had the opportunity 6 months ago, and they couldn't do what we are doing today. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, like I said, I mean, you can go about your contribution without necessarily invoking debate. Because the way you are going and the way you are speaking, it's like you are actually asking your colleagues to also come in it. Please, just... Honorable member, please. Yes,
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Rani.
it's an observation I've made, and that is my personal observation. And it's the same thing my colleagues also did, comparing the previous government and this particular government. It's not different. What I'm saying is not different from what you did. It's not. You are not here.
How can you say dollar is 10 cedis and that is a fact? That is not a matter of fact.
Fact. It's a fact. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact that 6 months ago, what we have done in 6 months, they couldn't do it in 8 years, and it's a fact. Mr. Speaker, all this did not come from the blue moon. It's because of the fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, now, today, we have 88 ministers. They had about 120-something ministers. Mr. Speaker, that alone...
Hold on, leader. We've done this without allowing any interjection, and I want us to go that way. You are a leader, that's why...
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, many a time when members of parliament make statements, it gets into the records of the House. It's captured by Hansard. Mr. Speaker, to the effect that our colleague said the dollar was trading at 17, is factually incorrect. And even today, the Bank of Ghana rate is not even 10. So he cannot even say that the dollar rate, a dollar to a cedi is 10. That is not correct. So, Mr. Speaker, you must direct clerk at table to direct that this should be expunged from the record. Because the dollar before Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance has appeared before the House. He presented a budget and he appeared here twice. And he said what he inherited in terms of dollar, the cedi to the dollar, was 14 as at then. Mr. Speaker, it was 14. It's on our record. And Mr. Speaker, and today, Mr. Speaker, and today, Mr. Speaker, even today, when you just pick up your phone, those who are using iPhone, it's as easy as that. You just click on your calculator, click on convert, and then you press $1. It is not 10. So that cannot be accurate. It cannot be accurate. So, Mr. Speaker, it must be expunged from the record. It must be expunged from the record.
Honorable member, that is why I said we don't have to degenerate into this angle. He mentioned 17. Honorable members, are you listening to me? He mentioned 17. You are challenging it. You also mentioned 14 point something. They are also challenging it. So that is why I said that when they finish, you can also come, then state your position. Because other than that, we will go the way we are going, and it will be a debate that will be endless. So please let at the preamble of this comment, we said nobody should interject. Let's allow members to flow. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not interjecting. What I basically I just want, as I said earlier on, that the things we are talking about in terms of the statement must flow. If a member says a certain, what is it called, $1, it has a certain amount, the right question should be, at what date is the person referring to? So you can't assume that there's something, somebody says something is at 17, it means last year, the year before, or today. So I think the right question is, if we want the House to have facts, then that's what we should do. So just wait for him to finish.
Honorable Walanyo. Honorable Professor Yezu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact remains the fact that dollar in this country ever went up to the ceiling of 17 cedis. It's a fact. It's a fact you can't take away.
It went as high.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and all these economic successes that we have chalked did not come from the blue moon. There is a fiscal discipline. That's what I mentioned. The reduction of the number of ministers, 120 plus to 56. Even the 4 hasn't been added.
Yes.
All this amounted to the discipline that we have in our economy today. Mr. Speaker, it's surprising, Mr. Speaker, that our colleagues are saying that all these discipline, all these successes are not reflecting. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, I was in my constituency. We decided that we were buying at the cost of 90 cedis. I bought it 45 cedis 6 months ago.
Yes.
45. Yes. This is a reflection, a true reflection of the economy that we have had 6 months ago.
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, today they are buying petrol, diesel cheaper than they left it. Those who are complaining today, criticizing the very economy that we are all enjoying today, are buying diesel, petrol at 11 cedis, which they, in fact they can't deny. Mr. Speaker, this same economy is paying our students, is paying back our students school fees that they have what? They have paid. Free tertiary education. That's the first year. It's paying them. Yeah, this same economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this same economy that they are criticizing is providing fertilizers, feed Ghana, fertilizers to our farmers, something that they couldn't do in 8 years. Mr. Speaker, this same economy is paying allowances that they couldn't pay to the tertiary students. Economy, they handle, Mr. Speaker. Economy, they handle. 8 years ago, Mr. Speaker, all what we are trying to say, Mr. Speaker, all what we are trying to say is that Ato and the governor and the managers of the economy have managed this particular economy in 6 months more than they have done in 8 years. Yeah. They are enjoying. They are benefiting from it. It's something that they can't take away
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I think I was going to bring it to a close, but now that I've seen, Kojo, you want to speak? Will you speak, Kojo? No, I want to know whether you will speak. Honourable members, I want Kojo, who is the ranking for the economy. That's why I'm insisting.
Speaker, we had agreed that when the last speaker over there speaks, it will come to leaders. And then we'll draw the curtain.
But now I saw Kojo, that's why I want to go 1-1 again.
Well, Speaker, it's your prerogative. If
so,
it's your decision, that's fine.
I'll call Kojo, then I'll come to you, then I'll come to leadership. If he doesn't want to speak, fine, he can yield it to somebody. So that's why I was insisting. Kojo, are you speaking? Are you speaking? Kojo, but before you speak, please let me acknowledge our children at the public gallery. They came in very late. They are Horizon Peaceland Academy. Horizon Peaceland Academy. They are being led by Mr. Emmanuel Tete, who is the director of the school. And the school is located at Lojokuku constituency. Honorable Ayuku, yes, that's your children. I hope you are going to take good care of them. I believe so. Go and do that. So, our children, you are welcome. I hope you are going to study hard, so that tomorrow you also come and take over from us. We wish you a fruitful stay in Parliament. You may sit down. Yes, Honorable Kojo Pankroma, may I hear you?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And I want to commend the chairman of the Committee on the Economy for the statement he has made, which has introduced back onto the floor of this House a number of subjects for us to consider. In the commentary that has come, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there's been some distortion that I think, even as we all elucidate, we should try to correct. First is the subject of the exchange rate. Yes, there's been an appreciation of the Ghanaian cedi, and nobody can say he's unhappy about that. But what is the cause? Among other things, quite recently, the IMF has quite clearly explained part of what is happening. That the government has dumped about $1.4 billion from our dollar reserves onto the market. If a country has $1.4 billion of dollar reserves to dump onto the market to help its currency appreciate, two questions must be asked. The first, where did those reserves come from? And the second, how sustainable is it? Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of fact that in the 6 months of this administration, it has not generated $1.4 billion in terms of new additions to our gross international reserves. The truth is that at the point of inheriting power, the previous administration had left over $8 billion of international reserves, part of which the new administration is drawn and dumped onto the market. And so, as we discuss the performance of the economy, credit should be given where credit is due. The second part of that argument, Mr. Speaker, is how sustainable is it? How sustainable is it to continuously be dumping $1.4 billion onto the Ghanaian market in a 6-month period? Do we have that kind of reserves? And it therefore calls for some more honest and prudent economic planning beyond an attempt to take fiscal plaudits. Mr. Speaker, the next matter I want to speak to is the subject of fiscal discipline. Sometimes you hear it being bandied about fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline does not mean a failure to meet your fiscal targets. If you program to raise, for example, $1 billion and spend $800 million and leave a balance of $200 million, you don't fail to raise your billion and just maybe raise about $300 million, spend $100, and say that fiscal discipline, you've still achieved $200 million. No, that's not it. Because there are a lot of public goods and services you have programmed to do with that $800 million. Today, Mr. Speaker, we were here in this chamber when the Minister for Finance represented to us that so much money had been sent to the district assemblies, and that the district assemblies common fund, about 80% allocation is going to the assemblies. All of us here in the chamber know that none of your districts has received that money. None of your districts has received that money. None of your districts has received that money. So if you have not mobilized and spent that money, and you keep touting fiscal discipline, it will come back to haunt you. Mr. Speaker, currently, the government has launched the 1 million coders program, a Greek for economic transformation known as Feed Ghana, National Apprenticeship Program, and a number of other programs. They even announced recently that they have signed a contract to send over 2,000 Ghanaians to work abroad. We all know that no money has been released for these programs, and so there are no real beneficiaries on the ground. So this argument of fiscal discipline that you want to tout as rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, we encourage our colleagues, is not backed by the numbers. Your numbers have not exactly performed, so you haven't spent. It is now that monies are being mobilized to be released to the ministries, departments, and agencies. And so that cannot be defined as fiscal discipline. The failure to perform on the fiscal program is not fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, finally, conversations border around relief in the economy. Yes, it is true that as the city has appreciated, it has translated into a lower cost of various items that are imported. But we've already discussed the sustainability and the why. But even at the same time, you have increased electricity tariffs by 14% earlier, and then another 2.5%, and you are advertising to increase electricity tariffs some more. That is not relief to the Ghanaian consumer. You have increased water tariffs. That is not relief to the Ghanaian consumer. You are beginning to advertise that cocoa prices, and the majority of farmers who are cocoa farmers who benefit from cocoa, and we're hoping they will get some more based on the promises you have made. You are beginning to advertise that you may not be in a position to increase cocoa prices and give them more relief. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, there have been developments on the Ghanaian economy. We expect that the Minister for Finance will appear shortly to provide some more details. But the reasons that are being given should be reasons that align more with the facts and less with the propaganda. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Chair of the Economy and Development Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll not repeat the fact that has been stated by many, that indeed it was a thorough statement, well-researched, with facts. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague, Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah, who says we should educate ourselves on the issues that have come up in contributions. Mr. Speaker, and part of the education I want to note is that sometimes discipline can look like what he claims, non-performance. Discipline can look like non-performance. Because you see, it takes discipline to deny oneself of the ability to do. So if you are not disciplined and you are not able to control your expenditure, then you run the risk of living deficits like those that we have inherited. And Mr. Speaker, my friend spoke about injections in the economy by the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the facts are that the IMF have indicated clearly that in the last quarter of 2024 alone, the last quarter of 2024, when his government, their government was in power, the Bank of Ghana intervened with about $2 billion. $2 billion. Mr. Speaker, despite that $2 billion intervention, the cedi was exchanging at about 16 cedis to $1. Mr. Speaker, that means that you cannot attribute the current good performance of the cedi to just a $1.4 billion intervention. If that were the case, the cedi would have been doing better when we had about $2 billion intervention in the last quarter of 2024. Mr. Speaker, he asks of where the intervention or the reserve is coming from. Mr. Speaker, it's coming from a reformed gold sector, and that is policy. That is backed by good governance, where we now have the gold board ensuring that in about just 4 months, the country is able to raise $2.7 billion US. That is where an intervention can come from. But yet again, I want to repeat that that intervention alone is not enough to bring the cedi to 10 as it's currently trading to the dollar. If that were the case, it would have been better in 2024 when in the last quarter we intervened, the Bank of Ghana intervened by over $2 billion US. Mr. Speaker, the economy is something that we all live. It's simple, it's basic. Only last week, Mr. Speaker, I was in my constituency. One branch chairman of mine came to a base where we were seated. He parked his motorbike and decided not to switch the engine off. When one of us called him and said, Chief, please, turn off your engine. He said, oh, Abain Papa is Abba, so fuel has reduced, and so I don't care. Mr. Speaker, to wit, that a good government was in place, and fuel prices have gone down, and so he doesn't mind how much he burns, on how much he pays on fuel, for fuel now, because it has reduced. Mr. Speaker, so when we speak of inflation, at the risk of contradicting my colleagues who spoke earlier, it may be the case that indeed inflation coming down does not necessarily mean prices coming down. But in our circumstance today, the trending down of inflation, coupled with the improved exchange rate, has obviously led to reduction in prices of commodities on the market. Only a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated Eid in this country. Mr. Speaker, before the current economic transformation that we are experiencing, we had Eid al-Fitr in the early part of this year. Mr. Speaker, as we all do, supporting our constituents, after Ramadan, during Eid al-Fitr, I bought a bag of rice for 620 Ghana cedis in Tamale, just to support constituents. Mr. Speaker, ask me how much I bought a bag of rice for only a couple of weeks ago when we had Eid al-Adha. About 400 Ghana cedis for the same bag. Mr. Speaker, these are facts. Mr. Speaker, yes, inflation trending down may not necessarily mean prices are coming down. But I'm saying that we cannot run away from the fact that today, because it is coupled with the improved exchange rate situation, you have even companies running Yatusu woo promotions across the country. They are telling you in their adverts that they are reducing prices because the cedi is becoming strong. It's on our radio and our television stations today. You cannot run away. You can't run away from this fact. Fuel has come down. Fuel that used to be about 14 cedis a liter is now sold below 12 cedis a liter.
Thank you.
Transport fares have come down. In the food sector, I just gave you the example of rice.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement for stating nothing but facts. And I hope that the conversations here will guide us to determine the roles each of us have to play to continue to sustain this growth moving forward for the benefit of all Ghanaians. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I come to leadership, or you still 1-1? Okay. Then it's obvious Kwabri East and Professor Ayensu. So let me start with Kwabri East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it's an undeniable fact that the figures have reduced. That on paper, Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate, the cedi, has appreciated. Mr. Speaker, today, Bank of Ghana is quoting the cedi to dollar at 10.39 and 10.4. Mr. Speaker, you ask yourself, if you go to a bank today to get a dollar, what rate are they going to give you? If you go to the bank today to get dollar to do business, are you going to receive the quantity of dollars that you need to do your business? Mr. Speaker, today, the dollar is in high demand. But if you go to the ground and you are looking for dollars to trade, you will not get the dollar today. But you know where you get the dollar, Mr. Speaker? Abochi has the dollar. Abochi has the dollar, but the dollar is going for 13 cedis, 13.3 cedis at the Abochi Center. Mr. Speaker, how is it that the banks do not have the dollar, but Abochi has the dollar? Today, BOG has the rate, but Abochi has the dollar. What are we doing to ourselves as a country? We cannot continue on this charade, continue to put things on paper,
But when it comes to the reality, it is non-existent. We cannot do that. We need to be honest with ourselves. This facade of putting out a good dollar rate, but in reality, on the ground, is different. We need to depart from it and do the right things for this country. Mr. Speaker, today, if you want $1, the maximum quantity amount you get from a bank or forest bureau will be about $20,000 maximum. I'm telling you, if you go to the bank today, you might not even get $20,000.
$20,000
to the bank.
You mean $20,000?
$20,000. That's the maximum you will get from a bank. You will not get the maximum that you need to trade. But we are here saying the dollar is at 10.34 and 10.4. We need to be honest with ourselves in this country. Mr. Speaker, again, we know a few months ago, Cocoa Board received about $1.8 billion. And all this money has been injected into the economy. And this $1.8 billion, where did it come from? The majority of cocoa that is bought within the main crop, which is from October to December, and even sometimes January, early January. But October to December is where the majority. Last year, October to December, who was in power? We bought, the MPP government bought majority of the cocoa and kept and then shipped, which is why the $1.8 billion came into the economy to boost it. So when you are giving credit, give credit where credit is due. Mr. Speaker, today, they are mentioning the economy is boosting. Today, if you go, the 4 months import cover that he is touting, that is being projected that we'll get, how many months of import cover did the previous government leave? 4 months. So what are you doing? If you are repeating the 4 months and you are clapping for yourselves, what are you doing? You are not doing anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini mentioned about the gold board. Today, previously, when the gold board was not there, a pound of gold was selling around 12,000 Ghana cedis. Today, because of gold board, a pound of gold, the gold dealers are receiving only 8,000 Ghana cedis. That is about 33% short of what they were receiving today. So their purchasing power has rather reduced. So what is happening here? Are we touting ourselves, we put things on paper, and we say we are doing well. Meanwhile, the people are suffering on the ground because they are receiving less money than they used to. We are talking that inflation is gone down. Has it reflected in the pockets of the ordinary Ghanaian? Has it reflected in the pockets of the ordinary Ghanaian? No, Mr. Speaker. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying we should be honest with ourselves. My senior colleague mentioned physical discipline. We are here, and he said that the district assemblies have not received their share of the common fund. And they were saying it's not true. Mr. Speaker, is it a case that they are doing selective justice? Are they paying the majority district assemblies and they are not paying the minority? If that is the case, let us know. Because I haven't received it. My honorable senior member hasn't received it. And no one has, on the minority side, has received their share of the common fund. But they are saying they have received theirs. So is it something that they are just saying to while away the time and to make an impression that things are going on well? Mr. Speaker, the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. Let them do the things right, and we will feel it in our pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me that.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Yensu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of correction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to contribute to the debate, but before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I want to stand on a point of correction. Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I think it's quite offensive. Mr. Speaker,
As there's only 14% women in this House, Mr. Speaker, some of the statements he made are also going to be in the hazard. Mr. Speaker, I'm sitting here speaking on behalf of the women.
Honorable Professor, I've given you the floor. Contribute to the statement. That's what I...
But before I contribute to the statement, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Professor
I would like to very much have that part of the conversation, of the discussion expunged, because I was being attacked when I had not said a word. I was just standing up and waiting to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, it makes it very difficult for the women. There's only 14% of us in this House. So when we stand up and we speak, and we are getting veiled threats, and also passive-aggressive behaviors towards us, Mr. Speaker, it makes it very, very, very difficult for us women to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, I really respectfully want to put this on the record, that I was unprovoked. I did not provoke that comment, and I also feel that I'm offended by it, because I did nothing to deserve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me come to the leadership. Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, we are going to have another statement, then you contribute, please.
Mr. Speaker, let me commend our colleague who chairs the Economy Committee, Honorable Dr. Erikafu, Mr. Speaker, for bringing this statement to the fore for all of us to make comments upon. Mr. Speaker, this 5-page document which you read, I've had the opportunity of going through it, and I must admit that it's taking him a great deal of industry to produce this, and I would want to commend him and add my voice to earlier speakers who encouraged other committee leaders to, from time to time, come up with statements regarding their sector. It's good for us as a house to discuss some of these things from time to time. Mr. Speaker, let me set off by way of my comment with a quote from him at the last page of his statement, in the last but one paragraph. Quote, Mr. Speaker, due to the current performance of the economy, the Switzerland government has awarded a grant of $77 million to support the development of a resilient and forward-looking economy of Ghana. Switzerland has pledged its support to Ghana through economy, trade, governance, democracy, peace and security, environment and climate change, as well as sustainable development, end quote. Mr. Speaker, whilst the issue of $77 million grant is a fact, my question is, how did the Swiss government generate this wealth? Through taxes. Can we do the same so that we don't depend on them for said grants? Because even if it's a grant, it's not for free. You still have to pay. So, Mr. Speaker, the world has gotten to a stage where many countries are now looking at supporting their own citizens rather than engaging in external financial support to countries that may depend on them for budgetary support. Mr. Speaker, it is true that certain statistics are showing some positive signs. My concern is how to sustain these positive data that we are seeing, how do we sustain them? Mr. Speaker, one, as a country, we must change our attitude. We have a huge attitudinal deficit. Many of our compatriots, when they benefit from initiatives of government, they see it as a freebie. In the end, we the political class, we the politicians, who play politics with this, and it becomes a burden on the country, and they go scot-free. The time has come, in my very humble view, for us to ensure a national dialogue, to chart a new path, and begin a new conversation that would help change the attitude of the very people who elect us into this chamber. Mr. Speaker, if, as political leaders, we don't come together to identify the areas of the economy that affect the very foundation of our country, trust me, our democracy may not be there for us to benefit from. The attitude of our own people must change. Mr. Speaker, I am not shy to cite some examples of interventions by government that have gone waste. Let's go back to President Rawlings, Poverty Alleviation Fund. Those who benefited, did they pay? Kufuor came, he continued. Kufuor started Maslock. Professor Mills continued Maslock. President Mahama, Chapter 1, continued Maslock. Akufo-Addo continued Maslock. Even introduced the NEIP. How many people benefited and paid? We buy them the tractors. We buy them the aboboya. They take the money. Do we pursue? Because if they don't pay, and because of politics, you also don't pursue because you want them to vote for you again. And there is no positive attitude, Mr. Speaker. This country will stagnate. It won't go anywhere. Look at the energy sector crisis we are facing. I was privileged to have chaired the ECG board for some few months. And Mr. Speaker, if you see the challenge there, government, monies that government would have to use for development, it is using that same money to pay for electricity that people have enjoyed and are refusing to pay. How many companies are paying ECG bills? Even some of their prepaid meters have expired. People consume power because the meter is not reading. I believe that the political leaders of Ghana today must see this as real threat to democracy. Because looking at the trend in global politics, nobody is ready to bring you tax money to develop your country when you yourself, you can deal with some inefficiencies in your system. So I am saying that if we can sustain the economy with the information we have today, one of the things we should do as a country is to pursue a robust reforms, for instance, in the energy sector, particularly ECG, so that all leakages are addressed. Then people will not push government to say, okay, the only way is to tax the people. Then that becomes also politics. Is that what we want? Mr. Speaker, let us change our attitude on some of these things. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, until we begin a national dialogue, beginning in this very chamber, that NDC, MPP understand that Galamsey is a threat to our very existence, so that we communicate that with one voice to our people. Mr. Speaker, we will be pretending to be solving the problem. Every election cycle, somebody will say, oh, I will do this to win votes. Soon thereafter, it will come and hunt us. Our side, will not be to obstruct government. Our side is ready to constructively critique, but also to sit on the table with the government and say, look, these are national issues. The West Africa sub-region is melting because they took some of these things for granted. Ghana, perhaps, is the only serious democracy standing. But we have these challenges there. Mr. Speaker, if we don't deal with this galamsey thing, money is getting into the hands of people, people are destroying the environment. In the long run, it is this same economy that it would affect. How do you sustain your economy when some environmental factors are affecting the very economy and then it is hand to mouth? Mr. Speaker, look at the issue of crop production, food. If I read this story, the statement is talking about some economic gains. But indeed, the poor farmer in Boko, the poor farmer in Hamle, the poor farmer in Jenjazi in Efutu, the poor farmer in Hohoi, are they getting the needed support? Mr. Speaker, it is when we invest in agriculture that we can sustain an economy with. But if you are not investing in these areas, then we are talking about some 6-month successes. Then after, everything comes to square one, and then we go back to IMF begging. Today, the drip machines that are supposed to be, for instance, Mr. Speaker, for our roads, some people are using it for galamsey, and there is no authority to even reprimand. There's impunity, because they come and tell us that I voted for you. I voted for you, so allow me to do whatever. Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, what is the strength, what is the authority of the Ghanaian politician? Mr. Speaker, I am happy that government intends to roll out a lot of incentives to support the private sector, including this Akokon Ketenkete thing. But Mr. Speaker, my question is, what support systems have we put in place to ensure that these investments, when they go, they come? That should be the focus of the discussion if we are talking about the economy. If we are talking about economy, Ghanaian politicians, we shouldn't allow things to implode. It may be too quicker than we expect. It can just be one morning, and the very people that we failed to discuss the challenges with will say you are failed. Mr. Speaker, look at the turnout. Look at the turnout in elections. 2024, a whole Greater Accra, where we do a lot of the political activism, 55% turnout. It should tell you that the people are beginning to get to fed up. They are getting fed up with us to say that, hey, you guys, what are you doing? We no more can trust you. Look at even the Ablekuma. We were told that 6,000 voters were in the 19 polling stations. If you add the figures that we saw, at least those ones that were officially announced, almost like 2,000. What it means that just around 35% decided to come out and vote with all the noise. So it tells you that even people, our people, the citizens, are losing trust. They don't have confidence in us. And, Mr. Speaker, we must wake up, limit the politicking, limit the partisanship, at least dialogue on critical issues. It's not enough to say the government has done so well. I'm not here to do any partisan politics with this statement.
Leader, thank you very much.
I'll conclude with respect. I am not taking this statement with a partisan eye. I am happy with that courage in bringing it up. But I'm asking that if we don't do all the things that Mr. Speaker have raised, and we don't get a bipartisan support to move our country forward, and we continue in the path we are all seeing with our eyes, Mr. Speaker, how do we sustain the economy and our democracy?
Thank you.
Therefore would conclude by saying that we should use this statement by Dr. Eric Afu. He says it's an honorary doctorate. These days that GTech is all over the place. I don't want GTech. Mr. Speaker, that is, I inquired from him, he's my friend. So I first asked, bro, is this honorary? He said, yes, honorary. So, Mr. Speaker, our respected colleague, Dr. Eric Mafo, honorary doctorate. Mr. Speaker, he is the chair of the Economy Committee of Parliament.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm being corrected. I like to be corrected. My colleagues behind are saying that if it is honorary, I cannot say doctor. So I should just say Eric Afo. Exactly. Honorary. No. So how then does he take? No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want controversy. No, but it's an honorary doctorate. So if it's an honorary doctorate, you can't use the title. Well, honorary doctorate degree. So I can't say honorary doctorate. No, Mr. Speaker, it is. You see, you've just come from your ministry. You want to come and create problem. No, it is part. It's here. Statement on the highlights of positive trends of the economy of Ghana by Honorable Dr. Ima, please. It's Honorable Dr. Eric. Yes, so I am saying that our colleague Honorable Dr. Eric Afo. Well, this has not been amended. I want to rely on the document I have here.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, at least he has set the pace. He has set the pace. Let us move in that direction. I'm happy, Honorable Mahama Yariga, leader of government business, has entered the chamber. Mr. Speaker, he has come at the right time. And I would want to invite him to begin that national dialogue in this very house. He should start it. We'll support him. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are security issues that affect our country. There are key areas that if with one voice we educate our people, we talk to them, we rationalize. It's not about NDC, MPP. It's about the system that we are all running. If we come together.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana would benefit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Dr. Eric Afu. Thank you so much, too.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I should add my voice to commend Dr. Eric Afo for the presentation that you made today, the statement that you made today. Mr. Speaker, I think this should be something that all chairmen of committees should emulate in leading some of the discussions that we have in the House with the areas that they chair. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important statement, and it's a timely one. Mr. Speaker, something is happening in this country that maybe some have not paid attention to. And people are wondering why within a 6 months or so of a government, things seems to have dramatically improved. Mr. Speaker, and you hear people say, oh, this is not going to last. Oh, this is just trying to pull a wool over our eyes, without actually looking critically what is happening. Mr. Speaker, when we make a statement, I think I need to thank my minority leader, Osahene. In fact, when you are named, when you are given a title, you use it. And I'm glad he uses his. Mr. Speaker, in about almost 70 years old, 70 years ago. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been producing gold for over 100 years. Yet, we've never been in control of our gold. Different governments have come and gone. Ghana, we've never been in control of the gold that we produce, which is our natural resource. And I think we must commend the current government for coming up with this idea of gold board. The whole idea is for us to be able to take charge of the gold that we produce so that the gold doesn't end up on the shelves of other countries to back their currencies. Mr. Speaker, so we must commend the government for this gold board, which is raking in money that is going to be able to sustain our currencies. Mr. Speaker, I also do admit that credit should also be given to the government that started the gold purchasing program. Mr. Speaker, the gold purchasing program, again, was something that was done at the 11th hour, because in Ghana, we again been producing gold for many years. All the countries that we measure ourselves in terms of our currency weight, all their currencies are backed by gold. But the Ghana that produces the gold doesn't back its currency with gold. And how come, or how can we then have a currency that is strong and sustainable? So it is a good idea that we introduce the gold board, but it is also good that the current government has maintained that policy and intensifying it. It is for that simple reason. It's not a record sign. It's that simple reason why the cedi will continue to depreciate and stabilize. You don't actually need intervention anymore going forward in the future. When your currency is stable, when your currency is not fluctuating, you don't need intervention from the central bank. So your reserve will be kept in the bank, and you can always boost off 4 months, 5 months, 6 months of import cover. So it is not anything that you say, oh, nobody's doing anything. Somebody's doing something. Because if you don't continue to buy the gold and build a gold reserve, Great Britain, UK, gold reserve, United States of America, gold reserve, all the countries in Europe we measure our currency, they have gold reserves. But the Ghana that produces the gold did not have any gold reserve. You cannot understand it, that we haven't done that for all these years, and we have suffered generation after generation. It's important that the government of today has introduced this gold board, and it is important, though even if it was 11th hour, for the previous government to start the gold purchasing, for this government to intensify it. So anybody who thinks that our currency will be going back to the old days, then they don't know exactly what is happening in this country. A small tweaking that this country has done is going to keep us safe, is going to keep our currency strong, stable, and we wouldn't have all the problems that we've had in the past if we don't mess these things up. So these are the things that we should actually wake up to and see how we can help this government to do this and do it better, and for future generations to continue, so that our currency will be strong, so that we'll have the purchasing power. And in economics, basically all the indices you have mentioned here and the numbers we are giving are all interlinked. So if one thing is doing well, all the others naturally, a domino effect, will also do well. So you don't need to understand why inflation is doing better. If inflation is doing better, simply because the food on inflation is actually inflation, the inflation on food is actually going down. Interest rate, all the other things you can talk about. So when we make a statement as intellectual as this statement is, with the fact that it has, let's look at the fact and not play politics with some of these things. And look at giving credit where credit is due. And not to say that this government is not doing anything. This government is doing something that this country has never done for 70 years. For 70 years. Let's think about it. And that is why we are where we are today.
Thank you.
Let's look at the other things and see how we can make this country better for all of us, rather than making points that doesn't help the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank the maker of this statement again, and I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Honorable Kofi Obrieboa to make a statement. I think that statement was earlier placed on board, but we wanted the minister to be here to listen to the statement. So now I've seen the minister and his deputy. So, Honorable Member for Subeng, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter of urgent public importance concerning the embargo placed on the Lands Commission, halting the sale, lease and processing of transactions involving state and public lands. Mr. Speaker, upon assumption of office, the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, by a letter dated 10th January 2025, directed the Lands Commission to halt the sale, leasing and processing of all state and public lands. Mr. Speaker, although the present decision may aim at safeguarding public lands for the benefit of Ghanaians, this directive may also affect individuals, corporate entities, who may have legitimately acquired interests in these lands. For instance, Mr. Speaker, there are lands within the Osumanche layout that were vested in the state, but subsequently, individuals and corporate entities acquire interest in same upon assumption, upon application to the Lands Commission. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the composition of the Lands Commission Board, as provided under Article 259 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, comprises a chairman who is neither a minister nor deputy minister, a representative of various bodies, including the National House of Chiefs, the Ghana Bar Association, the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, the National Association of Farmers and Fishermen. Inter alia, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative to know that before one may acquire an interest in state lands, he or she may have gone through a rigorous process as structured by law and practice. Mr. Speaker, although the directives by the President to halt all state transactions may have been issued with good intentions, it may pose serious challenges. Mr. Speaker, among the challenges I envisage are: 1, disruption to land registration processes. Registration of state-owned lands, such as the Osumanche layout, which are often owned by individuals and corporate entities, are now in limbo. This directive means that individuals seeking to perfect or register their lands with the Lands Commission are unable to proceed. This creates uncertainty and stagnation in land administration, a critical sector in Ghana economy. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it deprived the private investor, both individuals and corporate bodies, to use their legally acquired lands to secure loans from the bank. If indeed the government thinks that the private sector is the engine of growth, then the government, as a matter of urgency, should lift the ban. 2,
Impact on financial transactions. Mr. Speaker, individuals and corporate entities who may have acquired interest in state lands and use same as a security for loans from financial institutions will face difficulties as they may not be able to assign their interest in such lands to the financing institutions. This restriction could lead to defaults on obligations. 3, impact on consolidated fund. Again, Mr. Speaker, revenue generated by the Lands Commission through stamp duties, consent fees, lease preparation fees, premium costs, and all charges as embedded in offer letters will, by virtue of these directions, become non-existent. This revenue loss will adversely impact the consolidated fund, thereby affecting government budgets. Mr. Speaker, the Lands Commission is said to be the second source of revenue for government in terms of non-tax revenue after Ghana Revenue Authority. Impact on joint venture agreements. Mr. Speaker, this directive will also affect joint venture agreements between individuals or corporate entities and the state, which were entered into prior to the issuance of these directives. In government quest to safeguard state property, especially the eminent domain ones, Mr. Speaker, one of the tools or methods that successive governments have deployed is joint venture agreement with individuals and corporate entities. Mr. Speaker, this type of agreement do inure to the benefit of the state in that such arrangement more often than not may come at no direct cost to the state. In most of these transactions, the private parties to the agreement are required by the government to build executive townhouses to accommodate ministers and other top government officials using their own resources. The government in turn pay back by offering them land that are termed demise land. Mr. Speaker, these individuals or corporate entities may have performed their obligations under the joint venture agreement, awaiting the Lands Commission to engross leases in their favor. With this directive, however, the Lands Commission is stopped from performing their duties under this agreement. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, the state will be saddled with a lot of court actions and judgment debts. As you speak, Mr. Speaker, several individuals and corporate entities have secured court judgment in respect of state lands against the Lands Commission. The Lands Commission, however, is unable to comply with the court judgment as a result of these directives. Conclusion. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that while decisive measures are sometimes necessary for governance, a blanket halt on all state transactions without considering its ripple effects on critical sectors such as land administration and financing is counterproductive. It is crucial that the directive be reviewed to allow for essential land transactions, especially those already in process. The government must strike a balance between enforcing policies and maintaining the smooth function of critical institutions like the Lands Commission, which impacts the livelihoods of Ghanaians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I am grateful, and Subin constituency is grateful.
Honorable Minister, I will give you the opportunity. Let me, if you can sit down and listen to other comments before you take your bite. Yes, Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm trying to mention your name straight away.
Maxwell Lukuto.
Lukudo.
Lukuto, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, Sylvia, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend my colleague for the statement he's ably made. And I want to put on record that in as much as he's tried to draw our attention to some of the issues that may be worrying at this moment, he failed to avert our minds to the basic reasons why the president issued this ban. Now, number one reason why the president issued the ban is to ensure that we safeguard public lands. I remember in 2017, thereabout, the former Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, then Honorable Peter John Ameu, said that state lands were being sold like kelewele in the market. In as much as he attracted a lot of laughter from the populace, it was like lands were just being sold without recourse to the rules and regulations that govern them. Unfortunately, people who were given land prior to their coming were sad that even now some of them have not gotten their land. I happened to serve on the Lands Commission Board then. And even when they were in government, I had the opportunity to serve under the Institute of Ghana Institute of Surveyors as a board member. And so the things that happen within this Lands Commission are such that rules and regulations are not observed. For instance, one of the rules is that if it is a residential land, no one should have more than one plot. But the question comes to play, what is the definition of one plot of land? One plot of land can be 0.16 of an acre, it could be 0.18 of an acre, it could be 0.23 of an acre, or it could even be 0.43 of an acre. So that is the discretion some of our administrators have to create some, into quote, create, loot, and share. And these are the very things we understood were going on in the land administration system, which is calling for some of these stringent measures to be put in place. We also want to review and have accountability for our state lands. As stated in the oral document, most of our lands were looted. And so government in its wisdom wants to ensure that we investigate and understand the basis for the allocation of some of these lands. We also want to prevent irregularities, that is to curb and prevent corruption and improve efficiency across public institutions. Lands Commission is one of the very public institutions that sometimes some of us who play within the system, when people describe Lands Commission, it makes you want to leave the system because it looks as if it is a citadel of corruption. Most of our issues that we hear in the past were based on this fact that lands were sold just anyhow. And so I support the president when he's saying that we should allow a lot of investigation to go into the system to get where there were irregularities. There were a lot of the land sale regulations that were so open, and it was up to the discretion of whoever was granting the land. And so we are saying that we want to look into these situations and ensure that where we had to rehash or regularize some of this system, we do it so that we kept the over-dependence on discretion on the authorities or the people who matter in this situation.
Thank you.
I believe that the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission was appointed exactly 14th of April 2025, about 4 months down the line. I'm not sure that he would have been able to finish with the issues that concern the allocation of these lands.
Thank you,
Are you
Honorable
saying
Maxwell.
that because, is the member saying that because people are losing their value, they should be allowed to go through the system of registration without due records to what we want to do to ensure that we nip these situations in the bud?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him so much, but I wish that he does better by bringing out to the public the things that caused the President, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, to put the ban rather than the causes and the consequences he thinks that people are suffering due to this. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
So are you saying that
to talk on the matter.
Are you saying the consequence is not important?
I'm not saying the consequences are not important.
The reason is important. The consequence as well is important.
Somebody to put a situation in place. So if you just talk about the consequences without talking about what really is causing whatever is happening.
Well, well.
As the Clinton says, action and reaction are equal and opposite, isn't it?
Well. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Member for Dotobri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the first place, I would like to commend the honorable member for Subin for his delivery. Mr. Speaker, it's been over 7 months since this embargo was placed on the sale, leasing, as well as all transactions affecting government lands. It started off by one. I would like to enumerate it. The executive director was asked to present a report on all recent transactions. Mr. Speaker, in the same letter dated 10th January 2025, he was also asked to present a comprehensive review of the current framework which the Lands Commission goes by. Subsequent to these two directives, Mr. Speaker, there was a more serious one, directing the Lands Commission not to process any transaction dated after 2017. The government knows the reason why they did that, which I believe Ghanaians would want to know. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that it is a very well-known fact that the Lands Commission generates a lot of money for the businesses of this government. Now, we have individuals, we have organizations, etc., who have acquired lands, who have completed building, who are occupying their premises, but do not pay rent because, according to the letter dated 10th January 2025, they are not supposed to be doing any business regarding transactions dated 2017 and beyond. Apart from that, no stamp duty is being generated. But we are aware that every government requires a lot of money, a great deal of money, to be able to do its business. That aside, Mr. Speaker, we all know the problem in Accra. There are problems with family lands, there are problems with stool lands, and a lot of people are comfortable acquiring government lands because of these problems. Not to forget about investors. And this is also affecting the investors' interest in doing business in Ghana. Because for 7 months now, no businessman, no business entity can acquire government land. If even you acquire it, you cannot go ahead to process documentation on the said land. I think that we would have to look at this critically. 7 months is too much. Everybody is suffering. The individual is suffering. Institutions are suffering. I would urge the government to expedite action on this so that it would serve as a deterrent to those who have committed crimes. Then again, for those who have acquired lands genuinely, they can pay the necessary statutory fees, duties, etc., for the government to earn money to do its business. Then also, the foreigners, the foreign investors, can also have confidence in our system again, acquire lands, and come and do their business. I'm grateful.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Kofi Obiri Yebua. Speaker, I don't know if I have his permission to call him Oskani, as he was popularly referred to as in Commonwealth Hall, our days at the University of Ghana with Tony Mbia. He was my campaign manager. But Mr. Speaker, on the larger issue, I'm sure the Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands will provide policy guidance. But to assure the maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama is law-abiding President of the Republic. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true that he issued a directive on 10th of January 2025 to sanitize land acquisition in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, those who lawfully and genuinely acquired their lands should not worry about the consequence of these directives. What the President sought to do was to have first-hand information on who got what, when, how, and for how much. And then, Mr. Speaker, to specifically deal with those who, in the name of influence and authority, are grabbing public lands against the public interest and not even acquiring land. And Mr. Speaker, may I with respect refer you to Article 257 of the Constitution. All public lands in Ghana shall be vested in the President on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it imposes a fiduciary responsibility on the President that tomorrow he should be able to account to the Ghanaian people that having assumed office as President of the Republic, how were public lands managed in Ghana under his watch, and for him to be accountable to the Ghanaian people. The President is well aware that you need land for farming, you need land for investment. In fact, he's even thinking that foreign investors who come into Ghana and people will stand their way to land acquisition, the President thinks that there must be a rapid response to their request in order that we can accelerate how attractive Ghana can be in respect for foreign direct investment. So, Mr. Speaker, we also do know, and this is my conclusion, that in Ghana, people have taken advantage of this acquisition of public lands. And Honorable Kofi, look at Article 20 very well. You acquired a land for public purpose. You haven't used it for the public purpose. The land must go back to its original owners. That hasn't happened in many instances. So, Mr. Speaker, the directive of the President to assure my colleague was to provide, one, for the President to have first-hand information over the last 8 years. How have public lands been managed? Who took undue advantage of this in order that he can provide correctional measures as the person to whom this land is vested? So, Honorable Kofi, be assured, those of you who are doing legitimate business and want to acquire land for purpose of business, you are not the target of the President's directive. His target is to the looters of land in the name of influence. How can you acquire a school park or a school building or a school land for purpose of that acquire the public land? You go and take a school building, even where children should be playing football. And Mr. Speaker, elsewhere, I'll conclude. You know the law even on Asante lands is different. The law on Upper East lands is different. The law in other jurisdictions is different. So, Mr. Speaker, be assured that I'm sure the Minister for Lands will provide an appropriate response. The President acted lawfully within his mandate in order to sanitize the acquisition of lands in Ghana and to stop the looting of public lands in the name of public influence. So he has accordingly directed that no minister under his watch should be associated with the acquisition of any public lands. I'm sure we would oblige him in order that we help him achieve the sanity. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Swami.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my brother, the MP for Subin, Honorable Kofi Obiri-Yeboah. Mr. Speaker, his statement has brought up
very important issues happening in land administration sector. Mr. Speaker, you know that in this country, or at least in Accra, sometimes it takes 5 to 6 years to register lands in this country. And so the policy by His Excellency the President, in my view, has put an undue burden on the Lands Commission and the people of Ghana. Already, as I said, Mr. Speaker, it takes so much time to register a land in Ghana. And so for the President to maintain this policy for the past 7 months without review means that now the time for registration of lands are going to go way up. Is that what we want as a country? That if you buy a land and you want to register, it will take you 6 years, 7 years, or sometimes 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware I have clients who have lands purchased from private individuals, even though the lands were originally government or public lands. They have purchased from private individuals, and they are supposed to transfer their titles to another private people. And because of this policy, Mr. Speaker, they are unable to register or they are unable to get their title. Mr. Speaker, this is a worrisome situation, and I believe that the minister should be able to tell us when the government intends to review this policy. The policy as it is right now, in my view, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I believe was not properly thought through. If it were, Mr. Speaker, timelines would have been given. For instance, the President would have said that I am putting this embargo for 3 months for a review to be done. The embargo, when it was placed, did not give timelines. So the people of Ghana do not know, especially those who are registering lands, don't know how long this embargo is going to take before it is reviewed. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a very important statement, and I believe every member in this House should support the statement as ably made by my brother, especially, Mr. Speaker, as it deals with the time within which registration of land is done. And, Mr. Speaker, without more, I thank you for the opportunity, and I yield the floor.
Let me go to Tema West before I come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by thanking the maker of the statement for this very important statement to the House. And let me also say that I want to associate myself with the submissions that were made by the Honorable Minister for Education. Indeed, this directive by the President was triggered by certain circumstances. I think we witnessed what we call the state capture, and this particularly in Tema West. We had a situation where football parks, markets were being sold out under very bizarre circumstances. And if you look at a place like the Ramsar site has been completely sold out to the extent that recently there were some demolitions around the area. And it came out clearly that people were even building in the center of the Ramsar site because all these places were sold out. So it was important for such directive to come to sanitize the system. And I believe that by so doing, we will ensure that all lands that were acquired under the wrong circumstances can be revoked and reverted back to the state. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Can I revert to leadership? Leader, let me go to my... Oh, yeah. Let me take the minister first before I come to you. Or the other way around. Yes, Minister. I think if you listen to the statement, you're listening to your colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this statement made by my good friend, Honorable Kofi Obiri-Yeboah, on this very important subject matter. Mr. Speaker, listening to him, on one breath, I asked myself whether this was the right time to read this statement, given the fact that from where I sit, I have a lot of information, but I will be measured Because if I were to come up with detailed information that I have with respect to land sales, especially government land sales, I'm sure my brother would have decided that he will wait and make this statement another time. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President acted lawfully, and like my hardworking education minister stated, he acted within the law. I thought I would have been praising him, because in your own statement, you said that the president did what he did in order to safeguard government lands. That's an admission that indeed what he has done is the right thing. I know you as a lawyer, a land lawyer, and I know you have so much interest in issues that has to do with land. And so I'm not surprised when you came out with this statement. But let me just say this, that even within this House, especially with reference to Honorable Stephen Amwa, who made a public statement that is appealing to the president and this government to ensure that a land that was taken away from schools in the Central region be reverted back to the schools. There is a deputy minister who served in the previous administration for some number of years. I know he could not talk while his government was in power, but he was bold enough to call on the president to ensure that this land is given back to the school. It tells you that indeed there's a problem. It tells you that there's a need for the president to investigate, okay, the sale of government lands over this period. I heard somebody asking why 2017 to date. Under the previous administration, there was a committee that investigated the sale of land between a certain period ending in 2016. And so there won't be the need for you to go back and do investigation when those investigations have already been done. We are also told that government is going to lose revenue because as people who are now willing to pay their revenue, taxes are not paying. It doesn't mean that when the ban is lifted, they won't pay those monies. So no money is going to be lost. And so it's important to also put this on record. The maker of the statement said some people legitimately acquire their lands. Let us avert our minds to the very law that gives the right for us to be able to acquire such lands as individuals or as corporate organizations. And that law is the State Land Act, Act 125, 1962. The act came with its LI 130. And in that LI, there is a form called Form 5. The honorable member should take a look at that Form 5 and look at the requirements very, very well. Let me mention some of the requirements. One, the applicant must provide his bank statement. The applicant must provide his bank statement. That is one. Two, the applicant must provide 2 passport-size pictures. The applicant must also state his source of funding to develop the land. Again, the applicant cannot also acquire more than 2 plots. There are instances where you have people who have plots in Ashama, they have government land in Osu, they have government land in everywhere. These are the reasons why there's a need for us to investigate the sale of government lands. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that the President has put in place a very strong bipartisan committee. And let me announce to you that the committee is made up of people like Lawyer Kwame Jan, and I know you know him very well. Lawyer Kwame Jan is serving on this committee. You have Professor Yakub Bano serving on this committee. You have Reverend Lawrence Tete serving on this committee. You also have Dr. Sepran at Works Housing Ministry serving on this committee. It tells you that the president means business. The president wants to interrogate and to assess the way lands were sold in this country with this period, so that he can account to the good people of Ghana for the stewardship that they have given him within the period that he is supposed to govern. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that there were some government land arrangements. For instance, he made reference to what we call the swap arrangement, where government land is given to private individuals so that they value the land and they also provide some asset to government in lieu of the land that they have given to them. We have come to realize that there wasn't value for money for some of those lands. And so it is important to ensure that Ghanaians benefit from the very land that they bequeathed to us. And so very soon, the committee will come out with its findings, and the president has given us up to the second week of August to submit our report. Once that is done, I can assure you that the ban will be lifted and there will be policy guideline. Then if there's a need for some legislation to be made, we'll do that in order to ensure that government lands or state lands are not abused the way we are currently seeing it. Indeed, there was a rush to register government lands in the last days of the previous administration, and the records are there. If you go to the Lands Commission, the number of applications that the Lands Commission show within that sub-period is unimaginable. Why were we rushing to do it? Clearly something went wrong somewhere. Let me say that some people have called me as the chairman of the committee, and they were worried that, Honorable Yusuf, the way you people are going about this issue, how are we also going to get lands? And I told them that this is a different administration. This is the John Mahama-led administration. It is not like the previous one where people can acquire land anyhow. And for us, it is about Ghanaians and nothing. And so I have told those people that very soon there will be a policy guideline that will not allow people to acquire government land the way we saw it under the previous administration. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me end it here, but to assure the maker of the statement that very soon, very, very soon, the ban will be lifted, and very soon, there will be a report. And I'm inviting you that you can appear before the committee. We are inviting so many people. And if you want to give us some information, you are most welcome. We can arrange for you to come and provide us with the information you have. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke about Stephen Amua, that he made a call to the president and for that matter, to the ministry, that there are some lands that were acquired by the previous administration and those lands belong to schools. The Honorable Minister said it here. School lands were acquired and given to private individuals. Now, if the school wants to expand, where do they go? And so I intend to invite Honorable Stephen Amua to also come and provide us information so that we can get that land back to the school. When we do that, then we will know that indeed we are resetting this country. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, now let me come to leadership. Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of the statement, Lawyer Kofi Obiri-Yeboah, who is very well known in this land matters as an expert. Mr. Speaker, just as he captured in his statement, he says that, Mr. Speaker, although, and I quote, although the directive by the president to halt all state transactions may have been issued with good intentions, it may pose serious problems or challenges. Mr. Speaker, and I can understand where my colleague is coming from. Mr. Speaker, this is obviously not a bad step. But consequentially, what we have seen over the period, Mr. Speaker, lands which have been acquired by individuals who had to go through proper legal processes, Mr. Speaker, are being taken from them by all manner of people, including people now labeling themselves as national security operatives. They enter into people's lands, in fact, including ones which have been registered and have been properly titled. They enter, forcefully take, and it brings about a lot of problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, there are individuals who are even now fighting chiefs to claim lands that belong to government just because of this directive. Mr. Speaker, when you go to cantonments, you go to Laboni and several other high-end areas, some of these lands now have become the lands of some traditional leaders. Now what they say is that since the president has given this directive, the lands have automatically reverted to us, causing a lot of problems. Mr. Speaker, land guardism is now on the high. Is now on the high. Land guardism is the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, unless my friends do not want to bear with me and to learn from me the truth, when you go to areas I have indicated, super, people go and say that it's okay to listen and learn. People go with all manner of forces, Mr. Speaker, to forcefully now take lands from people. Mr. Speaker, besides that, there is also a problem that I have also noticed with this directive. And Mr. Speaker, it's for the purposes of moving Ghana forward. If you are given a directive, and the directive only ends at 2016, obviously there is a problem with that directive. Because state lands were given out in 2015. State lands were given out in 2014. State lands were given out in 2013. Mr. Speaker, nobody is saying that don't stop, investigate, give the natural course of directives. But when you stop, and that you can still find friends who can still go behind and have these lands registered, Mr. Speaker, this is questionable. Does that make this directive a proper directive? This is what we have to ask ourselves. Mr. Speaker, when there comes in witch hunting, because it is believed that, oh, Honorable Habib has one, or Dr. Tia has one, or I have one, and it is as if people are coming after me, whilst others can go and register, Mr. Speaker, then that is a problem. Mr. Speaker, I was expecting the Deputy Lands Minister to also tell us that, pursuant to the Constitution, I think Article 259, the regional lands commissions have been commissioned. As we speak, I do not think there is any regional lands commission that has been commissioned. As at,
he said he did not. For that one, I know that most.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. If that is even the case,
I'll come.
Mr. Speaker,
I'll come.
Don't worry, you can sit down. When I finish, you can make your corrections.
I'll come to you. Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, if the lands commissions, the regional lands commissions have even been commissioned, Mr. Speaker, I have information again that where there are requirements as stated by the Constitution, for instance, the Ghana Bar has to have a representative. Whoever, Mr. Speaker, who is giving the name of the Ghana Bar representative to be a part of the commission? I am telling you on authority that information that I have, it is not coming from. So a lawyer who is supposed to be a representative on the commission, that is supposed to be submitted by the Ghana Bar, is not what is happening. And so I expect my colleague, the minister, to rather go and do a foolproof check to find out if the right people are the right people on the commission. And Mr. Speaker, that is the truth. And we are doing all of this in... Mr. Speaker, we are doing all of this to ensure that the right things are done. I have followed this over the period. As a former commissioner, I know what I am saying. Mr. Speaker, with all this said, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank my friend Aubrey.
But, Honorable Jerry, Leader, I'm coming. Leader, I'm coming. Are you saying that land registration is going on selectively? Well. Well. Leader, before I come to you, let me give 2 minutes to the Minister
I'm very,
to address some of these issues.
for this opportunity to correct the records. I'm a bit surprised that this is coming from my very respected leader. He contradicted himself. On one breath, you said that you are not sure that the Regional Lands Commission have been inaugurated. On another breath, you are saying that they've been inaugurated, but they have not used, they have not used the right processes to select, especially those who are supposed to represent the Ghana Bar Association. Let me put it on record. That the ministry wrote letters to the various institutions, and they have responded, selecting the people they wanted to represent them on the boards. And we have all the letters. Tomorrow, God willing, at 1 o'clock, we are going to inaugurate the last regional board, and that is the Greater Accra Regional Board. That is the last one. And so if you said that you are not sure that they have inaugurated them, I'm putting it to you that we have inaugurated all of them, except Greater Accra, which is going to happen tomorrow. Again, let me also say that all the allegations you made here are false. But because you're a leader and where you sit, I want to be very charitable. My personal relation with you, I don't want to destroy it. But I do know that the minister responsible for lands and natural resources is a law-abiding minister, and his deputy minister is following his footprints. And so we are not behaving like what happened under your administration. There are records, and if you want from here, follow me to the ministry. I will show you letters from the various institutions nominating the people they wanted to serve on the board. We are not doing things like the way you did them. That's the difference.
Thank you.
There's no any selective registration. If you push this issue, we have to invite you to come and provide evidence of where you have seen Lands Commission disrespecting the directives and doing some selective registration. That's unfair. And I think that it should not be coming from you. Thank you.
Yes, Leader. I beg of you, Leader, I didn't come early. I mean, we've gone round. We have come to leadership.
No, Mr. Speaker, I give him all the, Mr. Speaker, I give you all the reverence. I'm not going to take, I was here when you said that it's them of leadership, so I don't intend to hijack the position of leader. That's not it. I was only telling my colleague, opposite, who just finished speaking, that if you are responding to a specific point that my colleague made, which is said that the commission in Accra has not been inaugurated, you respond. Can I finish? Respond to it. But when you, but Mr. Speaker, when you try to cast aspersion on previous government, you leave yourself room for me to get up and speak back at you. Because you do not have any proof that the commissions were not put in place and people were selling lands under the previous government. If I ask you to prove it, you cannot prove it. You cannot. You cannot prove that that was not done. Excuse me, please. So, please, You make your point, but don't say that you are not doing it like how others were doing. It's wrong. Because you don't have any proof about it. The records are clear. The records are
Honorable
clear.
Deputy Minister, please.
The records
please.
are clear.
No.
That any land that was sold or any land that was given out was done using due process. If you have a problem of it, you have set a probe, you have set a committee, let them come out their reports and let's all debate it. Present to the people of Ghana, let's debate it.
Thank you.
Today you are not more in opposition, so you can't do propaganda. You are a minister. We can do, even though we will not do. You are a minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, leader of the House. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of the very important statements made in this House. It touches on one of the very important matters that border on accountability of public officers. Mr. Speaker, I was minister more than 8 years ago, and I drive around property that I lived in, that colleague ministers lived in. Today, I see almost all those properties pulled down and new buildings put up. It has become a practice for public officers when they occupy government bungalows. By the time they leave the government bungalows, they would have acquired the bungalow, either in their names or in the names of third parties. And it's not just elected public officers, it's also the senior civil servants. The senior civil servants, the technocrats. So public officers generally, lands that were acquired by Nkrumah, lands that were acquired by the colonial government for public infrastructure. We have made it a habit that as for our generation, not only will we disappoint the future by not acquiring new lands, but even what has been bequeathed to us, we will make sure that they don't survive us. So this is a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I think that sometimes we take certain matters lightly, but the public is watching. They know every inch of land in this country. They know which ones belong to the state. And when we steal those lands, they see and they know. So let's get serious.
Leader, when you say when they steal, I'm in
Mr.
a difficulty.
Speaker, if
the acquisition is not proper, fine. But when you say
there is legal stealing and illegal stealing. Mr. Speaker, I heard him. He said that we should come to the probe and prove that due process was not followed. The fact that you followed due process doesn't mean that you didn't steal public lands. The fact that you went through due process doesn't mean that public land has not been stolen. There can be conspiracy to go through due process to steal public lands.
It happens all the time.
It happens all the time, where public officers connive and go through due process to steal public land. That has happened.
Leader.
So that when you go
have
to
you
court,
seen the Minister of Education is looking at you?
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah, leader,
Mr. Speaker, yes, I went to law school, but I'm saying that public officers will conspire to go through due process to steal public land. Mr. Speaker, that is what is happening, where we are stealing public lands. And this became a major campaign issue, where Ghana communities were complaining about their lands which were taken from them to establish the capital city. Now, we say we don't need those lands, and we are not returning it to the Ghana people. We are finding ways and means of going through due process to take the lands ourselves, for ourselves. So it is a big issue. And the Ghana people have been marginalized, and they are living just along the coast. And the very expensive parts of the city, the rich, Roman rich, cantonments, and etc., are far, airport, residential area, are far beyond their means. And acquiring state lands have become a mechanism of corruption because we undervalue the lands, we acquire the lands, then we now sell them for their real values, and then we cream off the difference. Clear case of stealing. Mr. Speaker, go and then take the sales at the point where the property was being passed from the state to the private person, and now go to the market and check the value of the same land. Ridiculous. The margins, the difference. An acre of land that will cost millions of dollars will be sold to individuals at just a few 100,000 Ghana cedis. And immediately they will go and flip it. That is clear corruption. And this is what President John Dramani Mahama has decided that he will put an end to. And that is the basis of the directive that was given. So I'm surprised that anybody on this side will actually be discussing this matter. We would have just kept quiet. Because if we really go into the records and we really pursue the matter, if we go into the record and we pursue the matter, there will be issues. There will be issues. I'm saying there will be issues. There will be issues. Mr. Speaker, so I think that we should be commending the president for the boldness. Why? Those who were there and rushing to sell. It's not just that they are the ones who know money or know how to acquire property. He has brought a team into government. By stopping the transactions, the manner in which he did, he also sent a clear signal to his own team that this is not something I will tolerate. We're not talking about those who were selling, left and right, and then somebody said, oh, well, I'm not saying don't sell, but before you sell, pass it through me. Have you forgotten so soon that a certain president said they should seek clearance from him before selling? You haven't heard. Go and check the records. Check the records. Mr. Speaker, I think that those of us in public office must learn to at least respect the trust that the citizens have reposed in us. If we will not multiply their assets, let's not steal what they have given to us to guard. Let's not steal what they have given to us to guard. And I'm so proud of President John Dramani Mahama that within weeks of being in office, the first issue he seeks to tackle is the issue of the looting of public lands. I think that it is an opportunity for us in this House, as members of Parliament, to follow his footsteps and to make sure that we also track the process that he himself is putting in place so that we can hold each other accountable, so that every regime that comes will steadfastly hold the previous regime accountable. I hear people talk about the political class, I hate the notion that as a political class, we should conspire. We should conspire to loot property. We should conspire to be corrupt. We should conspire to divest the state of its assets. Mr. Speaker, the people voted us to protect those assets, and we must be seen doing that. Let me thank the maker of the statement. I can assure him that the process President John Dramani Mahama has put in place will be a transparent and open process. If public land needs to be sold, we should declare and explain why that public land needs to be sold. And if public land needs to be sold, the sale should be transparent. It should be through auctions so that the highest bidder will bid for it, so that the state can get the best value out of the sale of those properties. It is not the case that we should never sell state property, but when we are selling, let's make sure that the state gets the best out of it. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me thank the maker of the statement and assure him that the minister will soon present the report to this House. And our people say that, we'll get to know the full length of the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Do you bring statement to a close?
Now, Mr. Speaker, there's an order paper addendum. And
yeah, leader, I'll come to you. Yes. I think Honorable Sosu wants to raise an issue.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 93.1 to seek your indulgence and with the leave of the House to raise a matter of urgent public importance, something that happened in Medina constituency that I want to bring to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes.
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, even his statement, he just said, I want to make a statement of urgent public importance. What is it about? We don't know anything. So definitely we cannot entertain it. But let's listen to the leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, before the statement, if we can free the minister to get back to work by just laying the report of two of his bills, not to take them, just to lay, so that tomorrow we'll take the reports.
Very well.
And then after that, we can take the statement.
Very well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the minister can lay there. The chairman can lay the papers.
Very well. Honorable members, let me invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Presentation of papers. Let me invite the chairman of Education Committee to do the House the honors in laying the papers.
Report of the Committee on Education on the University for Development Studies Bill 2025. Report of the Joint Committee on Education and Public Administration and State Interest on the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the report and the order paper addendum I have been duly presented. I direct that these reports are distributed to honorable members. Yes. Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Matthew Yindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the statement my honorable colleague want to make. Yes, there is a statement
but
here.
I thought,
Mr. Speaker,
it's in respect of the paper that was laid.
No, that has been laid. But this one is talking about urgent statements.
Yes.
And he comes under 33.
933.
And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statement, it is a very important statement. I will not speak against the statement. It's a good statement. But to come under an urgent statement, Mr. Speaker, don't let's hide under some rules and set some precedents in this House, and tomorrow it will look as if we are choosing and picking. This is the statement, Mr. Speaker. Statement by Honorable Francis Kwadwo Sasu, Medina MP, on Medina report of alleged defilement of a 14-year-old girl by 18 men in Medina. This is the statement. So the issue is as crucial as we all must condemn. But he should come under a normal statement and make the statement so we can all contribute. But if you come under urgent statement, Mr. Speaker, I don't see how urgent this statement is.
Honorable member, he discussed with me. In natural fact, I didn't even know that it has been put on paper. I thought so urgent that he was going just to speak to it. So I have already granted him the... yes, so that's what I'm going to say, that Honorable Sosu, just speak to it without necessarily reading the statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn to media reports on the alleged defilement of a 13-year-old girl who has been gang raped by 20 men, leaving her traumatized and pregnant. Mr. Speaker, that was a report that has been going around on all news portals. Mr. Speaker, my checks with the Medina Divisional Dofsu Commander of the Ghana Police Service confirms the facts of the story as follows. 1, the victim in question is actually 14 years and lives in Medina. 2, the girl was discovered pregnant by her parents. 3, upon questioning, she said she had had sexual intercourse with 18 men on different occasions. The Medina Dofsu has obtained a complainant statement from parents of the victim. The victim's statement has also been obtained. A police medical report form was issued in respect to the complainant to send the victim to the hospital for examination and report. 2 suspects have been apprehended, cautioned, and detained to assist the police investigation. Efforts are underway to get the remaining suspects arrested since the condition is a matter of defilement.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, upon receiving the news and the briefing from the Divisional Commander of Police, Mr. Speaker, and as someone who has been interested in fighting for the rights of children in this country, I have offered myself together with a team of lawyers to hold criminal watching brief for and on behalf of this victim. Mr. Speaker, this statement is so crucial because we are talking about a minor defiled by 18 people. Mr. Speaker, we cannot consider a statement like this to just wash away because it's something we should be able to condemn. Mr. Speaker, beyond that one, I have already worked with the medical director of Pantan Hospital to provide psychological support for the victim. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity for bringing this matter to the fore because when you go to Medina today, this is a major issue and parents are worried about their children. They don't know the future of their children. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the people of Medina and the parents that whatever we will do to bring these perpetrators to book, that is what we are going to do as their representative in Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I want to strongly advise that we should leave his statement as it is, because if you look at the contents as discussed by the maker of the statement, it is a pure criminal matter. Further comments on this issue, because police will still investigate. You said you are putting up a team of lawyers and other things. So I don't think it is something that we should be commenting on. He has made the statement as a member. Let's leave it as it is. And his team of lawyers to support the lady, the girl in question, so that we don't need to, debate much on this issue.
Well. Yes. Not comment. I just want to, from where the minority creep is saying that.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the reference that was made by the minority chief, deputy chief whip. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I personally think that I side with him, but then as a female member of parliament, I would want to commend my colleague for this statement, and also we know that clearly that it's a criminal issue, but then we will need to add our voice to the fact that parents should be much concerned about where their kids will be, the place.
And before they get themselves into this matter, and it tends to be a huge issue into the society. I know the situation of the young child, what she might be going through as and now in the community. And we side with them, but then we'll commend the maker of the statements, but then we'll urge the DOFSU to take this matter. And I think that these things have been happening in other constituencies, but it's a matter that has come to the floor, and members of parliament will follow up these issues to make sure justice prevails. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, I think, yeah, it's okay. He was more or less complimenting. Honourable members, he was just complimenting what the minority. No. I think minority raise the fundamental issues, and I think we have to take it on board. So, honourable members, we bring statement time to a close. We thank all the makers of the statements and all of you who have also contributed the statement that has been read today. Leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn till tomorrow, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Well, honourable members, a motion has been moved for adjournment, and that motion has been seconded. So I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of the adjournment motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this House, honourable members, why? Honourable members, I haven't adjourned the House, but why are you all getting up on your feet? Honourable members, I accordingly adjourn the House to tomorrow. Leader, are you coming at 2 or 12? 2. Honourable members, we adjourn the House to tomorrow, 2 o'clock afternoon. 2 o'clock afternoon, that's 14 hours Greenwich Mean Time. The House stands adjourned.